Oh, cool. Board.
No, it's just where I didn't move. I got here early and I didn't move. I had oatmeal.
If I could have everyone's attention, we're gonna open the side door so we have some more room as people fill in, because we're not quite there to start the meeting yet, and there are still folks coming in, so just give us a minute, please.
Don't lean back.
Don't lean back.
Fair enough. And once we get out back, right? Stand in.
Keep kicking my damn chair. Flip your legs are too big, so it's
I'm going to go ahead and call this Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021 meeting of the Oldsmar City Council to order. The first two items on the agenda is the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Our Heavenly Father, we commit this meeting into your able hands. May we be attentive and patient. May we discuss things that will instill righteousness in us. Help us to find long-lasting solutions to the problems that we are facing and do so with compassion. In this we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Well, big crowd tonight, huh? All right. Couple things. Before we start the citizens open forum, we do have a couple of public hearing items. Item 10, 11, and 12 are public hearings. They're later on in the agenda. We'd ask that you hold your comments if you're here to speak about them until that time. We did have some information that came in, an email that the individual wished to be read into the record. And I'm going to have Councilmember Gannon do that in just a moment. But what I'd like to do before we start is just a little bit, how many are here to speak about the density issue? Show of hands. Okay. Well, we'll be here till tomorrow. It's okay. All right. And how many are here to speak about a different item other than the density item? Well, we'll let them go first. So I just wanted to, before we get started, because there was some misinformation or incorrect information that was out in social media, and I want to clarify, as it relates to the density issue, what we will be or not be doing tonight, okay? And so it's on the agenda, and so I'm going to have the city attorney just clarify so that the information is correct.
So the agenda item on tonight's agenda is to authorize the city attorney to prepare an ordinance amending section 5.2.1 of the Land Development Code. There is also item number 5, which is authorize the city attorney to prepare an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan of the city of Oldsmar. Both of these agenda items are both basically just direction to me to prepare those ordinances. Those ordinances would come back for public comment. There'll be 2 public hearings. There will be an advertisement. Everyone here will have an opportunity to again address the city council on those particular issues. Those are the actual public hearings that will be held when the council would consider any comments on that. Obviously, these 2 agenda items are normally just basically a process that we have to bring it before the council to give me the direction. Otherwise, if they don't have this meeting, they can't give me that direction. So this is kind of, in my mind, a formality to move this thing forward. Obviously, the council is going to hear your comments, but I want to let you know you'll have 2 more opportunities, and they will be at public hearings, and they'll be publicly noticed, and everyone will have that time to do that.
Thank you. The other item out there, one of the things that we're not having any discussion about, because I did hear it quite a bit out there, that we were going to be discussing changing the height restriction at the property next door. And that's incorrect information. The property next door is already zoned for 75 feet or the equivalent of 6 stories. That's not a topic, just so everyone knows that. All right. So normally when we have, and this would be the difference between a public hearing and citizens open forum, is the amount of time that the rules have set for that event to occur. So normally what we do is we allow 30 minutes for public citizens open forum. If we do not finish, then we move them to the end of the meeting after that 30 minutes. I don't see us being done in 30 minutes, right? So what I would just ask is people try to be concise as they can, and we'll see where we sit when that time comes. And I will very likely ask the council for indulgence to extend the citizens open forum so that everyone has that opportunity. All right? All right, let's get the show on the road. All right, we're going to go ahead and start on this side of the room. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the citizen in the citizens open forum? This side of the room. Raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Okay. Yeah, maybe people raise their hand because they want to hear what was going on. That's possible. That makes sense. All right, maybe it'll be 2 hours. Go ahead.
Ginger Tadezewski, 303 Park Boulevard.
I'm sorry, and when you come up, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you all for hearing us tonight. I hope more people get up and speak because I know how most of you feel, and democracy is not a spectator sport. You need to participate in order for it to work.
Can you speak into the microphone?
I thank everyone else. I thank them for having us all and listening to us, and I thank all of you guys for being here. Democracy is not a spectator sport. You need to participate in order for it to work, and this is a good example. I just have one question. I understand what you were just saying, excuse me, about you tasking Tom to write something up tonight. Is there some date that is mandatory for you to do that tonight? Because I stood here last meeting, you guys need to have a town hall meeting to get all the information out of there with some photos and so people understand what you want to do. Is there some deadline that you have to do this tonight?
But there's not a deadline, no.
Then why do we have to do this tonight?
Well, I think the intent is to have a public hearing.
It's sort of letting.
I don't know that anybody really envisioned this turning into a public hearing, but in any event, that to answer your question.
We're closing the barn door after the horse got out. You're starting on the road to go down to change the density. I know you haven't yet. I understand how the process works, but why do we have to do that tonight? Why cannot we have a town hall meeting with diagrams, with the city people getting up and talking and explaining to everybody what they want to do? Does anyone have an objection to that?
The only other comment I'll make is because if we're not really, at this point in the meeting, as you know, don't really answer questions, but I want to try to be as accommodating, as possible. I think that when we have a final proposal, that information would then be appropriate to bring out. And we have a draft proposal that doesn't have final details to it yet.
So you're talking about a final proposal from the developer?
Yeah, something to vote on.
Okay, well,
something to bring to the public
okay,
and say,
so,
here's the photos, here's this. I mean, that's my preference. I'm one person on council. And so,
So every time you say something, at the back of my mind says, oh my God, you need to have a town hall meeting first, because is not the developer saying they won't even talk to you about changes
why
until
don't
we pass the
get into
density?
the presentation from staff later? I think it sheds more light on it, quite honestly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else in this side of the room wish to speak?
Well, my name's Marshall Cluntz, and I live 2 blocks from here on 401 Jefferson, and it'll be 63 years I've lived in Oldsmar this November. And I can see anything I say here ain't gonna change you guys' mind on what's gonna happen here today. So I can see this just as a waste of time for me to get up here and tell you anything, but I'm opposed to it. Oldsmar's a small town, and that's the atmosphere we wanna keep here. We don't need big city hotels and the density of hundreds of people in here coming in here and ruining our hometown atmosphere, but that's my say on it.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Do we have anybody else in this side of the room? Yeah, I'd ask you, I know you can't help it, you're passionate about clapping, it's just gonna try not, so we can get everybody an opportunity.
My name is Yvonne Willis. I live at 311 Park Boulevard, just down the street. I've lived here 14 years in this residence. There is confusion amongst all of us as to the specifics of this particular development, if you will. I didn't even know about the fact that City Center was already scheduled, but now then the increasing and so forth. Again, it's a small area. So what would the protocol be then? You had mentioned about us having more meetings, additional meetings, if you will, where we would then see exactly what is actually being presented or what the developer would like to do. I know that the density was supposed to try to increase. And again, we're looking at such a small area. You're looking at parking, you're looking at people renting, and they're just down at the end of the street for me. So I know a lot of these folks here too also live on the streets all adjoining here.
Right.
So can you give us an idea of if we're moving forward and we're having another meeting and we've got the attorney working and so forth, is something along the lines of what Ginger was talking about where we get to see all of the layouts to actually feel what's actually being proposed so that we can literally take in what we anticipate could be just a total change on our property value, not to mention just the whole area and how we live here, because it's still very quaint, and it's just the way it is. So would we be able to do that as far as a meeting coming up where we could?
I think that the intent would be that when we have a plan that is finalized, negotiated, including the financial terms and everything else, that's when it would be presented. It would not have been voted on at that time.
But that's from the developer, correct?
That's if that one particular development goes all the way through. In other words, to answer the question, the best I can answer is that the intent would be, yes, to have that meeting with plenty of time. And we want people to see it.
But
and
again,
comment on it.
But again, this is coming from the developer end. This is
Well,
what they're proposing. This is what
It
they
is, and
want.
it's negotiated, it's negotiated with the city staff, right? So that information's out there, it's been out there, what they proposed initially, and I think a lot of people have seen it. And so, in any event.
Okay, now, I didn't, and I would assume that some of these people here probably didn't see it either. I really didn't even know. But nonetheless, that's fine, and we understand it's, 6 stories and so forth. But they want to increase. So what we're asking for is literally, if it's coming from the developer though, and it's going through the city, are you saying that the city approves it per se, and then we get to see it?
No,
Okay,
no,
okay,
no. It would essentially be the other way around.
okay.
That there's
So
something
they're
for us that-
presenting it to the city, and the city then,
The city then, before it's voted on by the council, would then hold that meeting with the public.
and the council being yourselves.
Yeah, before it's approved.
Gotcha.
Yes, the city
gotcha,
doesn't, the city staff does not approve a development.
Gotcha. So we would have a chance though, maybe to have some meetings then?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
awesome, okay. Is there anything we can say today to help you folks understand our hesitation and our
Yeah,
concerns?
well, I think all of us are listening, and we also want to be able to, like I said, this isn't necessarily a quote-unquote public hearing. If it was, then the normal process would be where staff would make a presentation
Okay.
that everyone gets to see. Because we were in the very early part of it, staff's presentation unfortunately will come after the citizens' comments.
Okay.
Which I think would answer a lot of questions, but
Sure.
it's the process.
And then at that point, we get a chance then to really speak to the,
At the public hearings.
what is
If-
being
If it moves
proposed.
forward, then there'd be 2 public hearings specifically for that purpose, yes.
and when you say if it moves forward, what did you mean by that?
It gets put on the agenda to be voted on.
Okay,
It's not on the agenda to be voted on, and that was my point earlier.
gotcha.
And that's what information went out. It's not on the agenda to be, it's on the agenda to be voted to go on the agenda.
Okay, okay,
But we have to start somewhere, right?
all right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
We may just want to just say, we'll try to answer all the
I'm Edward Sears, 608 Chestnut Street.
You're right.
I speak for myself and for the owners of the Holiday Inn Express here. To say you're coming up with a finalized plan before we could see it gives us a preconceived notion that you've already made a conclusion. I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect that there's a payment been made to somebody to do a development of your artist conception of whatever your idea is for downtown. And if you've spent that money, then you already have a preconceived notion of what you're going to do without our input. My position is obvious. I moved to this town because of what it is. 1998, let's put it that, however many years ago that was. And I haven't bitched much so long as I kept the development north of 580. What you've done with downtown right now is acceptable. I didn't much like it when they first done the first corner, but it worked out nicely, where the hotels are and all like that. That came up, it came hard for me because I didn't even like it to begin with. But Jerry convinced me it was okay. And when I moved to this town, I'll just tell you a little story. And, one of the reasons I stayed here, because I wasn't real sure I was staying here, because I was just on a detail to Florida. That little old house was overgrown with brush and everything else when I bought it. And this one, I was hot, sweaty, eating barbecue that I bought at the Georgia barbecue, sitting on the tailgate of my El Camino, and this guy walks up that I'd never seen before in my life and starts talking to me and asked me what my plans were for my house. And he said, I want to welcome you to Oldsmar. I'm Jerry Believerland. I'm the mayor here. And that kind of set me on a course that I'm still here. I want this town to stay pretty much like it is. I know we got changes to make. I don't want high-rise anything. The density level is an issue for me. More hotels is an issue for me. Our hotels now are running at maximum 50% average capacity. So you put something bigger, newer, and better, which ones do you want to put out of business? Holiday Inn, Marriott, which ones? So that's my say. I'd like to see Oldsmar stay close to like it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. In the back?
Yeah, my name is Ed Roth. I live on Chestnut Street. We've been there since 76, back in the good old days when it was dirt. And now it's the drag strip between St. Pete Drive and 580. And we leave there now. If I want to go to Tampa, I either take a chance on getting out on St. Pete Drive and going left to get back out to Tampa Road, or I go over and I catch 580 and then I get in the drag race where 580 merges to one lane, and you're proposing and think about, you're proposing putting 200 more cars at that intersection where I tried to get onto Hillsborough Avenue. I hope you take in consideration a overpass or something there, because it's not fun trying to get out onto Hillsborough Avenue off of 580 now, and you're putting 200 more cars there, approximately. I don't know. We don't know yet. You don't have your proposal. But is it, and you know, are you going to put any more stoplights? There's already been enough people killed on 580 in Bayview. You don't want any more. You don't want another stop sign down the road. You know, you're dumping vehicles into an area that's already, there's people past my house every day going to the school. School will be open next week. They pass my house, they're going 50 mile an hour to make that left-hand turn to either get in behind the school or the right-hand turn to drop their kids off. These are teachers and parents that are driving that way, and it's gone. Nobody does anything about it. And now you're going to put 200 more cars, at least. I don't know. You know, the density to me is it's too populated right now. You're trying to cram, you know, what I'd like to say, in a 5-pound bag, and you can't do it. You know, you might wait till we see the proposal. If you can come up with something that can prove to us here that it's feasible, but I can't see, as crowded as this little town is now, like somebody else just said about all the big fancy hotels. Why? What else is going to happen? What's going to happen to the flea market? What's that the next thing? I've heard rumors it was going to be a casino. You know, you don't know. I hope you don't do something like that to this town, because then it won't be a fit place to live. You might as well just buy out the whole damn town and make it all 18-story buildings to look out over the bay. Thank you.
Thank you. One more over on this side, and then we'll jump to the other side.
Hi, I'm Melissa Como. I live at 301 Park Boulevard, which many of you know is right on the corner of Park Boulevard and Dartmouth. Dartmouth is super dangerous already. We have so many cars that use that tiny little road as a throughway. There are some days that I can't even turn onto Dartmouth from Washington because there are trucks, through cars. People don't realize that it's 2 lanes and they're in the middle of the road. I have to wait or go around. My kids cannot play in my front yard, even though I'm 10 feet back from the road. It is simply too dangerous. And for you guys to want to increase our density right here, it's simply going to make my house too dangerous to even be in my front yard or even walk to my driveway, because my front door, I have to walk all the way around to Dartmouth to go to my driveway. We want shops and restaurants and bakeries, and we want to be quaint. Every time I say I'm from Oldsmar, that's the first thing people say. I love Oldsmar. It's quaint. It's quiet. What a cool little city. Oh, you live over by the city hall? I love that area. If we add apartment buildings, it's not gonna make the downtown vibrant. It's gonna make the downtown busy, busier than it already is, like the gentleman that just spoke before me. My kids are going to Oldsmar Elementary in 1 week, and I'm terrified to walk the 10-minute walk from my house because of the traffic and people turning in and out. I tried that walk the first week of June when school was still in session, and I told my daughter, we're not doing that again. I don't live in a bus zone to Oldsmar. We are walkers or car riders. If you increase the density, it's not gonna help the thriving downtown. It's just gonna make it busier, and it's going to deplete and take away from what we love about our city. And that's the quaint smallness of it. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, who else we have?
Hi,
Hello.
my name is Valerie Perez. I live at 408 Jefferson Avenue. And I think that basically everyone that's come up here in opposition to whatever you have planned, I mean, the first I heard about this was in the past week. So, you know, I live 3 blocks away, and I don't think that this has been kind of put out there for everybody to, you know, give their opinion, what they think about this in their neighborhood. And I think most of the opposition so far seems to be about density. And I agree with the woman that just got up that we would love to have you know, stores, coffee shops, ice cream parlors, little shops, taking a cue from Dunedin before now Dunedin, of course, is starting to try to build massive buildings downtown. And I know Dunedin, Safety Harbor, excuse me, and their population that lives down there, I know, is opposed to that as well, because they want to keep that quaintness. And, you know, I don't think that you need to put 300 residents on top of these buildings to have a little downtown area, and to even have that downtown area be a destination. You know, like I grew up in Tampa from time I was little. I've lived here 16 years. I remember coming through Oldsmar, going to Clearwater, and St. Pete Drive was just a little cut-through road. I mean, it was like flooded all the time before we had drainage ditches here, and it was truly the country. You can't stop progress, I do realize, but it doesn't have to grow so big to pacify developers, basically, and sabotage, you know, the feeling of our hometown. You know, I think if you look at Dunedin and you look at Safety Harbor and you look at even like Hyde Park, you know, I mean, I know that's grown very, very large over the years, but initially when it was built, and it was, you know, a little shopping area for the residents that lived there, and then later became a destination area, like if any of you go to Dunedin and go have lunch or go walk around and get some ice cream, or the same could be said for Safety Harbor. We have enough residents to keep those places in business without having to put 300 more residents on top of those businesses and add to the density of our little neighborhood. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents. I'm glad that I heard about this. I mean, I'm glad that people have been sharing it on social media because, you know, I didn't heard anything about this. For the last couple of years, I've been seeing some dimensions down at the library, and it's just nothing has come to fruition. But, you know, I think that the residents should have a say before you adopt any type of change to the density of our neighborhoods, definitely. Especially those of us that live here in Oldsmar, you know. I mean, I know it's different probably even for people that live in Harbor Palms or the Arbors or somewhere else that's considered Oldsmar, although they will have to deal with the traffic. And I know a lot of that can't be helped. I mean, Florida's got such an influx of people coming here, especially now, you know, during the pandemic. You know, they decide they want to move here and it's cheaper and, you know, but I don't know. We need to think about the residents more than the developers. Money's not the be-all, end-all. And I think we need to be very careful with the taxpayers' money. I mean, there are other things in Oldsmar that just make me crazy. I mean, that BMX, for one, makes me nuts. I don't know what's going on with it. I mean, I guess that's a later date conversation, but to me, that seemed like a huge waste of money. You know, I don't know if we got a lawsuit going on or what's going on with that, but
We do.
Yeah, whoever hired that guy didn't do a good job vetting that company, that's for sure. Anyway.
Thank you.
I will be,
Thank you.
I'll be excited to see what next meeting that you have cooked up to go over this with everybody, so everyone can have a say in whatever final decision is made. So, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. John, did you have your hand up? Did you have your hand up?
Sure.
John Buse, 150 State Street East. For the record, I am a developer, but this discussion is me as a resident as well as a business owner in downtown. I built two buildings in 2004. Haven't seen a lot of activity since. We also started in 2004 trying to create a downtown that was viable, vibrant, and had those shops and bakeries and things that people have spoke about today. The development that's in question tonight, as far as the density goes, is I think our 10th version of this, 10th attempt to get a master plan that kind of met all of the city council's criteria. I have been in 5-6 dozen public hearings and meetings about this project and the 9 that preceded it as well. And my job, I'm not in any way connected to this particular parcel, but my job, I feel as a developer and a designer, is to protect the architecture of the city. And anything I built in the city, that's my primary concern. Money is always secondary. So my job here is to make sure that the architecture is fitting to the city as well as the existing set of codes. And I want to point out to some that this particular parcel of land has some overlay zoning that is current today, which would allow for more intense buildings, an office building, 6 stories right on State Street. But me and other people pushing our original plan of the downtown had them made quite a few changes to create a public space, to push all of the buildings out to Tampa Road, to eliminate the office. They are asking for density for the residential, but we're also getting a parking garage and some other things that I'm sure we'll get to. It has been shown previous in other council meetings, but my goal since 2004 is to make sure that we do have that quaint, scalable, walkable downtown. And after 9 tries, this was the closest by a long shot. Some developers just refuse to agree to any of our current existing codes. This particular project has, with the exception of the density for the residential, but like I said, they eliminated some other more intensive things that we just didn't think, even though the code would allow it, didn't really fit, especially the walkable scale. I don't want to see 6-story buildings right up on State Street. So I just want to point out that there is some things about this development that are positive in terms of the longer term plans of your council, and I don't know how many councils we've had since 2004, but it's been quite a few. And I want to quickly read something that was published in 2015. And this was kind of our 11 years of kind of summation of what we're looking for. And that is desired uses in downtown. A mixed-use development to include retail, office, restaurants, housing, public spaces, entertainment venues, possibly a hotel, and other complementary uses exhibiting exceptional design elements. The city's preference for any retail office aspect would be structures incorporating owner-occupied housing, i.e. condominiums, or luxury rental units on upper floors of the structure. So in short, we decided a long time ago as citizens that to support bakeries and cafes and things that we needed people and also a better tax base for that parcel. So there's lots of moving pieces here that have been in the public, in my opinion, because I've been there in the public eye. And I just don't want you guys to forget, since 2004, this was the actual desired dream of past councils. And today we bring it forward to you to talk about density, but I don't want to forget that we've traded a lot of things that we didn't want to get to this point. And I just wanted to make sure don't forget all that hard work that everybody's put in. As far as public hearings go, that's for you guys to decide, but I've been in I think almost 100 public meetings or workshops about these purely downtown, just this particular downtown piece. So that's my part about that. And then also want to add in that I am the developer that is negotiating on a parcel next to the library, but that deal has not come forth, although all the public drawings have been produced. I just want to make sure people know, I read some things online that said that the deal's done and et cetera, but by no means is it done and has to come before you, I think, many more times before it's even approved. So I just want to set the record straight that from my development parcel down there by the library, that's a it'll be a while before it's done, and it'll be in front of you many times. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask for the council's indulgence to add another 30 minutes to the citizens' open forum. We all good with that?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. All right. Do I have anybody else right back here? I'm moving this way. Yes, sir.
My name is Skip Zimmer. I live at 406 Park. How many of you all live in the downtown area? Just one?
Well,
in the downtown area, not like.
not in the downtown. Right
Okay,
downtown.
so, all right. Just,
Questions?
I lived down here when Buckingham was still a dirt road. And I like Oldsmar the way it is. The plans that I saw called for a 300-unit apartment complex. So you're looking at 600 to 800, 900 more people, 300 to 600 more cars, places to put them, where they have to drive, sewers, wastewater, a lot of stuff, a lot more concrete, not a whole lot of green area, a little bit of green area. I don't know. When they put the apartments in on Safety Harbor, I thought it ruined their downtown. That's just my opinion. So I don't always think that more and bigger is better. I just don't. So that's just my opinion. Like I said, I've lived here since mid-80s. So, yeah, for what it's worth.
Thank you. Moving right along this way. Show of hands. Speak on the subject. Mike? I'll work my way back.
Okay, I'm Mike Boylan. I live on 576 Lake Cypress Circle on the other side of Tampa Road. I am in favor of anything to bring positive growth to Oldsmar. Where we live, we've had Forest Lakes 4-laned. Didn't like that. I'm living with that. We've had apartments built at Pine and Forest Lakes. I mean, I grew up here in the 80s when it was a 2-lane road. I don't think we can stop growth. So I like this plan. I like the fact that the city is involved with it. I've seen it. I've seen the article. I love the concept of a theater possibly. I love the retail shops. I maybe it's because I'm a younger going out kind of guy, but people moving to Oldsmar, this is going to bring our community, in my opinion, to that next level, like Dunedin, Palm Harbor, Safety Harbor. I mean, I get jealous of seeing those cities because I like to go out. I like to enjoy things. So that's my take on it. I think we can't stop growth. And I think, we need an epicenter in the city. It's dead. Everybody that I talk to hates the idea we have this nice main street and it's like a ghost town. There's nothing going on other than the cafe, which I'm gonna go have some beer right now. But I just personally, I understand, the residents' concerns, and I can't obviously, I don't live here, so on that side, but I do know that growth has occurred where we live in Oldsmar, and it hasn't been the end of the world. I want to see our city vibrant, growing, and have places for our kids and family and tourists to come and enjoy. So I love the idea. There was a good article in the paper. This is the latest one, I assume, and I love the concept. There's a park. We have the parking garage, and so that's, sounds like that's not the majority here so far, so don't hate me. But I do want Oldsmar to become what I see in the other areas. My mom and dad live in Palm Harbor. It's kind of growing. My mother-in-law lives in Dunedin. We were just there at the marina this week. They grew, by Bon Appetit. There's a similar type of a setup, and it's going for like $1 million. I mean, that's going to bring the value, in my opinion, up to our city. So hopefully, it sounds like the city hopefully is going to have a plan for traffic, and we'll listen to more of the residents long down the road before this gets done. But I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of growth, and I want to see our little town rocking And, you know, it just can't stay small. That's just, it stinks. But if this doesn't happen, something else will. You know, we just can't stop progress. Like the little wheel of Disney World, the wheel of progress or whatever, we can't stop it. So let's do it right. And it sounds like I like this, so that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Gould. I live in
Be closer to the.
I live in 436 Lafayette Boulevard, and like him, I was skeptical to talk because I am pro the development here. I moved here 4 years ago, and I come from a country town in Puerto Rico, so I love the quaintness of Oldsmar. But one question, because I'm not going to stand up here and talk a lot, but one question I have for everyone that showed up here with concern for the city is if you got these comments from blogs that were in the internet, or did you reach to your city officials to get the facts of what's going on? I, for myself, have the facts from the city, and I am a person that wants to make investments in Oldsmar that will bring value to our town. Like he said, we're not gonna stop progress. We can control how the progress comes in. But I, for myself, can say that if the progress doesn't continue, I'm not gonna invest my money here in Oldsmar, and I live here, and I intend to stay here. So when you get your facts, let the city show what they're doing, and then bring up your concerns, your objections, and have some good contributions to it. It's really easy to get muddled in a lot of gossip and stuff that's not coming straight from the sources. Thank you.
Thank you. This side going back there. I'm going to go back and all the way over. Sorry. You want to go? Yeah.
Hi. All right, I'm Jason Sanders. I'm president of Power Clean Corporation at 101 South Bayview Boulevard. We've been there now for 45, almost 46 years. So maybe by some of the people that have stayed here, I may be one of the oldest residents here at this point. I'm also the current chair of the Upper Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce, and I am in support of the walkable downtown plan and increasing the density. Over the past 5 years, I've worked with the economic development committees within the city of Oldsmar, North Pinellas cities, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, and Tampa Bay Works, all in an effort to attract and retain businesses within our footprint. So, during the course of these businesses, when we talk to them, they all have the same concerns: transit, housing, are there incentives from the city to move in, and do you have a viable downtown district? So today's companies spend more resources on the health and well-being of their employees than in the past. They believe their local entertainment, restaurants, and activities all make for a happy, healthy employee and a proper work-life balance. It's important for companies to be able to offer this, as well as it helps them to attract and retain their employees. So attainable housing is also an important factor to the success of our city. A mix of residential opportunities, including apartments, townhomes, single-family homes, and waterfront homes, provide a healthier mix for our local economy. Fortunately for Oldsmar's current residents, our property value has seen a significant increase just in the past few years. And although that's great for our residents, this has shut out many young potential buyers from living, from living in Oldsmar. So having a good mix of properties, including apartments, allows a younger generation to live and work within Oldsmar until they're ready to become your potential home buyers. So furthermore, I've proposed plans also to bring Oldsmar its first microbrewery. As much as I would enjoy operating another business within Oldsmar, without a vibrant, walkable downtown, I couldn't justify making the investment either, like the last lady said. So I know that many people locally point to Safety Harbor or Dunedin when referring to a successful downtown, but those just didn't happen. Both cities had downtown master plans as far back as 2014. I think Oldsmar has had potential plans for 20 years. So Safety Harbor and Dunedin have attracted businesses and patrons alike by implementing the plans that they put in place. And in fact, Dunedin has done so well, they've tripled their tax base within the CRA over the past 7 years. In both cases, this was possible due to planning a viable downtown with increased density, period. So with that, I feel downtown would be a great centerpiece for an already exceptional city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Going straight back. Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to go to the rows over and back and just keep working it. Yes, you. You who dressed up for tonight's meeting. I'm so glad you did that, Mayor.
Showing my Oldsmar team support, so. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Doug Beavis, 359 Bay Arbor Boulevard. Let me just first say I fully support moving forward with the downtown and the process ahead. It is a process, one that has been going on for 20 plus years in some shape or form. The public process will continue as the city and current developer work toward a development agreement and site plan review. The density issue is, again, another part of the public process. As the public process continues to move forward, I'm sure there will be other topics that will be discussed, like public space, traffic, and density as well. I would encourage the public to continue to be involved in the process. The term public forum keeps getting tossed around. Council meetings and workshops are public forums and have been going on the first and third Tuesday of every month of every year. There are always going to be people that come to the party late, but you cannot stop the progress every time this happens. Lack of public opportunity for involvement is one of the craziest things I've heard recently. Without going into great detail, the downtown project has been talked about by this council, previous councils, and even the council before that, and as far back as the late 1990s. In the past 2.5 years, there have been no less than 8 articles written in the paper. 25 times the topic has been placed on public agendas/forums. On March 3rd, exactly 5 months ago, Mayor Seidel himself made a post about the project that had 91 comments, 11 shares. Another post on March 17th that had 17 comments and 7 shares. Ms. Settles had a post on Nextdoor about the project on March 29th that had 13 hearts. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I guess love. The largest majority of the comments on these posts were very supportive, with a few that had more questions than anything. So the public has been involved and will continue to be involved. If this property we are talking about was not owned by the city or sold to a developer, the owner could currently actually develop on the 5-acre parcel 217,800 square feet of commercial space and 150 residential units, plus a parking garage, and then a hotel on the 1-acre parcel. To put this into perspective, that commercial building would be a building with a footprint the size of a football field and 5 stories or 75 feet, plus the residential units, a parking garage, and a hotel that would only require a Tampa Road corridor site plan review and that would not require a development agreement or the planning board. The fact that the city has had vision years ago to purchase all these property has made more control as to what goes on in this property, as they did with Tuscany Woods at Forest Lakes and Pine, that could have easily been a 5-story office building or a mega gas station. It should be noted that back in the 90s, Tampa Road was a 2-lane road and was upgraded to a 6-lane divided highway because it was a transit corridor and an evacuation route. In the past 10 years, the city worked with Pinellas County to develop a transit map for Oldsmar as part of the overall county transit plan. The property next to City Hall was just one of the properties that fit the transit plan because of the location and proximity to Tampa Road and the CSX rail line, along with the ability to provide the density that is associated with transit criteria. Just to be clear, 65,000 cars a day travel Tampa Road. A traffic study hasn't been done yet because while part of the public process, it will happen down the road once development agreements are in place and site plans have been submitted. I did civil engineering for about 30 years and can tell you there is a process to which things happen before any dirt is ever turned. I was going to go into some of the misinformation that's been talked about over the past couple of days, but I think we know what that is. And I think somebody said tonight, go to the sources and don't spread rumors that aren't true. I urge this council to vote unanimously, as it has on almost every issue related to the downtown development. Tonight, as mentioned earlier by our city attorney, you are voting to move the process along and authorize the city attorney to draft the ordinance. That will then come back to the council for vote at 2 public meetings. I'm not sure how you could vote no on an ordinance that hasn't even been drafted or reviewed yet. Thank you, and I hope you vote yes.
Happy dresser. Going straight back there, Mr. Bohr.
Chris Bohr, 505 Oakleaf Boulevard, Oldsmar, Florida, established 1973. Ladies and gentlemen, this just in, Ransom Olds was a developer. Whoa, how about that? Now, I can't go all the way back to the 20s. I can't go all the way back there. Beaverland probably can, but I can't. Well, you bring it back to the 70s, and I wonder what the conversation might have been like in downtown Oldsmar with Marshall and the boys. Did you hear what they're going to be doing over there? Over there called Harbor Palms, they're going to call it. Harbor Palms? Oh my gosh, we're going to have people coming from Tampa. It'll be affordable housing. They're going to put a 9-hole golf course in over here. That's what I heard. Really, what next? They're going to burn down all the trees? What happens to the Division of Forestry? Oh, I don't know. So then Harbor Palms is done. What was it like in the 80s, I wonder? Oh my gosh, Forest Lakes, where the heck are we going to hunt? Oh my gosh, what's next? They're going to outlaw guns in Pinellas County? We're not going to be able to shoot anything? What are we going to eat? What's going on in the 90s? Bay Harbor, are you kidding me? I heard they're selling houses in the $100,000 range. What? Oh my gosh, the traffic will be crazy. I heard they're going to change the name of Sperry Rand again. Lockheed Martin, I heard it is. I don't know. What's going on now? Well, they're going to put in a Walmart. You got to be kidding me. I heard it's a super Walmart. I know what kind of people go to Walmart. Gosh, I wonder what is going to happen 20 years from now. I bet you we're going to have apartment dwellers. Oh my goodness gracious. They'll bring more traffic and business to our community. Ladies and gentlemen, thank God that the people that put this city on the map didn't think so narrow-minded. I'm going to read you a quote, and I promise I'll be finished. You can't stop progress, but you can steer it. It's not always best for some. But it should always be what's best for Oldsmar. Don Bohr, City Council, 2005.
All right, going straight back. The gentleman with the blue shirt standing.
How you doing? Dave Beinart, 1810 Harbor Palms. I want to say that I'm in support of this development. I've been in Oldsmar for a little over 7 years. I came from Dunedin, and the development in Dunedin is absolutely insane. It's amazing what they have done. To leave there almost 8 years ago and to go back and visit and see the changes and the progress that they have made, and to go with a lot of people that are in this room and not have those opportunities here in Oldsmar is just a shame. The development they did in downtown Safety Harbor, everybody is saying, oh, what a great job. You know, you hear half that, you hear half saying, oh my God, it's horrible, I don't like it. But those businesses are thriving. They're supported from traffic above. They're also people coming in because there's a nightlife, there's things to do. Right now, we don't have that. Our second Friday last month was a success, but in comparison to other cities and other First Fridays or whatever, that was nothing. To maintain progress and to continue moving forward, we have to have a plan and have to be able to put forth the effort to make that happen. One thing that is a concern, yes, parking. Something else that I think is a concern would probably be elementary schools and middle schools. You bring in families. Can our school system support that right now? I'm not sure. But that's something that can be addressed and should not put a damper on this. And thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
Hey, Justin Como, 301 Park Boulevard. My wife already spoke, and I don't disagree with any of that, of course. To me, this isn't a fight against progress in Oldsmar. I don't think anyone here doesn't want progress. You know, we have a very, very quiet downtown, almost dead. And as Oldsmar, we have needs. We want to see more development. We want to see more businesses. We want to see more residential housing and so on. Kind of what we've already seen, but you know, a lot of effort into that. I grew up in Safety Harbor, 25 years in Safety Harbor, 12 years here, and I really enjoyed it. I rode my bike everywhere, and I go to Safety Harbor every so often. I don't like driving in Safety Harbor. It's very crowded. If I have to go to Safety Harbor, I know every through street. I know every way to get to where I'm going. And there's a lot of cut-throughs. Do you live between Philippi Parkway and 13th Avenue? I kind of feel a little sorry for you. There's a lot of traffic cutting through to avoid the main drags. It's going to be a lot if we have a lot of residents and a lot of businesses right here on State Street. Oldsmar is a pretty big place, but we want to put everything right here on this little drag where there's houses. I live 1 block from here. And it's very difficult. We have very tiny roads without any lines on them. We have some sidewalks that go right into the main road. These are where our kids grow up, and it's very difficult to consider that we want to be like Safety Harbor. We want to be like Dunedin. We have Safety Harbor in Dunedin. I'd like to keep it a little bit quaint. That's my position on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, where are we going? Right here? Okay. Mr. Clark. Yep. Making my way, I promise.
Matt Clark, 501 Pine Avenue South. God, I got 2 addresses at the moment, it's crazy. I just want to talk to you about my water bill. Not really.
Wow. We have comedians out tonight. I will tell you, some is kind of breaking.
So over the last 2 weeks, I've sort of been brought forward different topics in regards to this whole thing, and I thought I'd come tonight. I know you've got things to do, and I've heard it from both sides of the fence, and both sides have got good arguments on it, and they really do. I wanted a small downtown, quaint, Key Westy, everything that everyone's saying here, but we can't do it without the density. I know that because I'm trying to do a project here without this change. I know for a fact, I only got told 2 weeks ago, if this doesn't happen, I'm dead in the water. One of my partners pulled out, and I'm like, okay, fair enough, that's fine, I understand, that's good. But I'm hearing stuff that being said and what people are trying to say on the side of the no vote versus a yes vote. And there's also a lot of misinformation out there on the internet right now, and lots of speculation. And speculations just make a speck out of you and some guy called Lation. When I read it all, I'm like, I can't get my head around it. I was going to reach out to Felicia on Monday just to clarify a few things. I had a good friend write this massive list, and I could answer every single one of them that seemed like it was a problem, except I got caught on 4A and 4B, and I chatted with him since. I still haven't had a chance to find out about it. But I think what I was under the impression of, this tonight vote was to keep the ball rolling, which I think it should, and then there would be additional meetings where there would be a public forum. And today I sort of read some more that there's no public forum, there's all this hush-hush under the table. I'm like, I'm surprised at some of the things that are being said, because people want to be involved, they want to understand. Yet I haven't been to a council meeting in 2 years, yet I know every single thing that is going on. And I'm proud of that because I stay involved. So I'm kind of trying to sort of express that I'm on both sides of the fence, but at the same time, somebody mentioned over here, we don't have the density to support business. We don't. And that's the truth. We don't have it. So there's probably 20 different investors in this room tonight that are banking on this vote because they were told for the last 3-4 years. I know that this density vote, I had to clarify it, and I'm not sure. It's 1995 or 2005, this density vote was to be pushed. And here we are, it's 2021, and I said this the other day, Oldsmar needs to shit or get off the pot. I'm sorry. So I know it affects a few, and there's a petition here at the moment that it's up to about 200, 300 people, and there's 16,000 people here in Oldsmar. So 16,000 people did not sign that. But at the same time, you've got to take into account the people that did. So it's a tough call for you guys, But I get back to exactly why I said something to somebody the other day, and it refers to somebody's comment about density. Why do you think we don't have no banks here no more? In the sense of how many have moved out? And the reason they do that is due to density. There's not enough reason for them to stay. We have Synovus and what's the other one? I don't go there, so that's all I got to say about it. I'm for it, and I think you all should vote for it to move the ball along and have the conversation that everyone's requesting, because they've got some good points that sold me as well, and I've got a few inputs on that as well. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Very good. Sherry.
Hello, everyone. Hi there, Sherry Clark, 501 Pine Avenue South. I'm going to be real brief, maybe. I've been a resident of Oldsmar on and off for many, many years. I bought my first home in Harbor Palms in '95, raised my 2 boys here, have always loved it here. I've actually loved the changes that came on Tampa Road. Wow, we've got restaurants to go eat at, because you could live here, you could work here, but you couldn't really play here, except for in the parks. So as restaurants and things came in, that was great. I know for myself, and that's why I wanted to just give my opinion, I have wanted a downtown. I don't necessarily live downtown, but I live on this side. So it's walkable, it's bikeable, it's golf cartable. We have this beautiful area that we can take our golf carts to, and there is nowhere to go, except for the Oldsmar Tap House and Golf Cart Cafe, which I was very proud to have assistance in getting that open, and thank you all for supporting. But people love it. People love that they can ride their bikes and, oh my gosh, pop in, and everyone is stuck, and I understand, on the density and on the apartment living. You do need it to support what you do want, the shops, the cafes, the ice cream shops, pizza shop. There can be so many wonderful businesses, small businesses here. And I personally would rather see that than the other extreme, what Beavis was talking about, or a bunch of medical buildings. No offense to the medical profession, because we need you and we love you.
Dr. Shim, yes.
And Dr. Shim's building is quite lovely, I do have to say. So that's my opinion. I just wanted to say that I fully support it. I know personally that Eric has worked very hard in getting this in motion for several years. Aside from that, councils way back have always brought it, and it got brought kickback. And it's time for Oldsmar not to be a safety harbor or a Dunedin, because we never will, or a downtown Palm Harbor. We will never be them, which is a great thing, because we can be even better than them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Roniker.
I haven't been here in a while. I didn't mean to knock her down.
Thank you for dressing up, though, sir.
Jim Roniker, 1605 Graybark Drive, Oldsmar, Florida. I moved here in 1997, and when we did, the only hotel in town was a 14-bedroom motel on State Road 580. There was only a handful of restaurants. The biggest employer at the time was Metal Industries. In the last 20 years, the city has grown significantly. I've served with Chris's dad, Don Bohr. I've served with Jerry Beaverland. I've served with the probably biggest advocate in the CRA, Janice Miller. The CRA was created because it was considered blighted. The infrastructure was poor. That's the reason why we have the CRA today. What many people might not realize is that in 2007 or 2008, Mayor, you were with me, Janice Miller was with me, Councilmember Norris was with me, and Suzanne Vail was with me. We flew to Sugar Land, Texas, to look at their downtown, to look at this council chamber. We mimicked a lot of that. What we saw there was phenomenal. What you people are not realizing is the development this council is looking to do has been in plans for 20-something years. I had a plan in 2008 that we were gonna have a 500,000 square foot building with 350,000 feet of parking that got nixed because the TIF funding got canceled from Tallahassee, and at that same time, the economy died. Otherwise, we'd already have this here. This is long, long in the making, and I would encourage you guys to vote to move ahead with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor. Line here? Yes, come on up.
Thank you, Council, for having me today. I am a new Oldsmar resident. I just bought my house this year. I've been living here for 7 years in Harbor Palms. I also am a...
Your address?
Oh, yeah.
For the record.
1705 Hibiscus Circle South.
And name?
Dory Daniel. I am a small business owner here of your CBD store, Oldsmar, here on Tampa Road. Just so you guys know, I did not open my business because of the density of this beautiful city. I opened where I opened because of Tampa Road and the traffic that we get on it. But I can attest as a business owner and a resident that we cannot, as retail owners, after being in the retail business for over 20 years, we are in an uncharted retail territory right now because of this pandemic. And right now, we need that density. We need more foot traffic. We need that to keep the fun, cute little retail booths and boutiques open. So what scares me after coming tonight is the fact that this has taken so long. So I trust all of you guys. You've all been voted into these beautiful positions. And I thank you for listening to everybody here, because everybody does have very valid reasonings. And thank you. And please push this forward so we can get rolling. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm once again going to ask for the indulgence of the council to add another 30 minutes.
Yes, sir, I've been agreement.
Everybody ate before they came. It's all good.
Yes, it did.
All right. Moving right along. Sir. Yes. Who is that? And where do you live at?
I happen to have the pleasure of being 2 doors down from the mayor. My name is Dave McDonald, 124 Shore Drive Place. So, first of all, I understand Mr. Trass's statement and that we're just drafting a language. And I got involved with this. First of all, I just want to say I'm for downtown development. So I'm whatever we're going forward with that, I'm all for that. I'm looking forward to driving my golf cart, going downtown, having a vibrant area down there, everything. I just think the way you're going about it is all wrong with this density. It counters everything that I've ever learned or have had experience with. I'm a former planner. My wife's a former land use planner. It's just not the right way to do it. And I understand you're just drafting text language, but let me put this to you. If you have a gun, the gun's not gonna bother you. You put bullets in the gun, you put it on top of the table, that's when it becomes dangerous. Put the gun away, keep it safe, keep that as a bargaining chip for when you get down the road. Listen, I've met with all of you this week. The last thing this council needs is a loaded gun on top of the table. So, I mean, you're not even, when I talk to you, we're even together. So I first got involved with this because I saw that the planning board was gonna take a recommendation you asked them to hold up. And you said that you wanted them to look at this to recommend going on your agenda. So the planning council looked at it. I started looking at the staff report. It was like a cursory 20,000 foot level. Trust me, I've written a lot of staff reports as a planner. This was like so generic. They didn't have any information in front of them that they could make a logical decision. So what'd they do? They voted 6-0 not to forward this recommendation to you. But here it is on your agenda. So what are you saying to the planning board? You're saying to the planning board, you know what? We care what you think as long as you agree with us. You don't agree with us, then your opinion doesn't count. Your advisory board doesn't count. These are volunteers. And to take the arrogant attitude of saying, well, you know what? You weren't informed, or you really didn't know land use, which is all of you, except one, have said to me this week that you didn't think they were informed or knowledgeable about land use. Even one council member said that we need to send the whole board back to training on land use so they will understand what we want. Well, maybe the whole community should take the whole training course on land use so they would agree with the council. I don't know. But this density issue is absurd to go forward with it at this point. And also in talking to council members, you know, remember, it wasn't a 4-2 vote. It wasn't a 3-3 vote. It was 6-0. Every member on that council said, on the planning board said, this is not a good idea at this point. They didn't diss the land development. They said what you're doing as far as increasing the density at this point is not the correct thing to do, and it's not. What should have been on the staff report are things like, what is the impact to the elementary school? Will the current water plant be negatively impacted? Will the sewer plant and the collection system be able to accommodate the increased volume of the increased density? How will the city's drainage flood plan be impacted? Will the current drainage systems handle the additional stormwater runoff? What are the environmental impacts? It looks to me like there's a historical waterland on this property. There's 2 ponds. If you look across the street, Tampa Road, there's another pond. All those ponds leaked, linked at one point. So Swift Mud or DEP could come in and say, you know what, you've got an issue, you've got to mitigate. That information wasn't in front of the planning board. And to me, I've looked at a lot of your minutes like last couple of weeks. I didn't see any of that on your discussions either. You haven't even discussed that yet. And that's a major issue. The increased traffic, the increase of the parks, all that needs to be discussed. And it should have been on the staff report. So if the planning board was ill-informed or didn't have the knowledge of land use, it's staff's issue. It's not the planning board. Staff should have presented much more information to them so they can make a logical decision. And really, I know from a fact, I'm a planner. Okay, or was former planner. I developed many, many packets. That was not a good packet. That was do what we say and just go on. That's what that whole packet was about. And obviously it was, because when they said no, you still put it on your agenda. You don't care what they say. And that's a shame. These are volunteers. They volunteer their time, and to insult them like that, I don't understand how you get across there. However, the staff report dated August 20th, 2020, sent to Al Braithwaite, the planning board, in regards to a similar land use application right across the street. The staff said, you know what? They listed everything I just said to you. Traffic, sewer, water, all that, environmental concerns. They even had the audacity to say in that report that the developer couldn't get his plan approved because they didn't have a final plan and didn't have a contract with the city. So, to me, you're not following local city and state ordinances of how things should be done. You're not even following your past procedures of how things should be done. So,
Dave, can you wrap up because you ran out of time?
Yeah, well, am I the only one running out of time? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I should beg. I hear the beeper go off for a lot of people, Eric, especially.
I didn't hear it go off.
Okay, you know what?
Did it
That's
go off?
fine.
No, go ahead and finish.
Okay, all right.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm not trying to cut you off, neighbor.
Okay. I'll listen to the tape when we hear all the beeper going off for other people. So listen, you're not following the proper protocol of what should be done and how things should be done. On May 25th meeting, you said, and Mr. Braithwaite said, the state requires us to get 2 proposals at least. And the deadline to receive those proposals are June 4th. However, in the same meeting, Mr. Braithwaite said, it's great to have a good partner, speaking of Woodfield, and the mayor said, I'm authorizing negotiations with Woodfield May 25th. The deadlines for all the other proposals was June 4th. How do you start negotiating and calling a developer a good partner before you let the other people present their proposals June 4th? That is against every RFP procedure I have ever been involved with. I've been involved with 150 of them.
You're incorrect.
Well, it's in your minutes.
You're incorrect.
It's in your minutes.
Go ahead. I'm going to answer it when you
Well,
get
it's
done.
in your minutes.
Got
So
it.
I encourage everybody to look at the armature minutes. It's in the minutes. Those words are exactly what they said. So if I'm wrong, then the minutes are wrong. So anyways, the RFP process is flawed. It doesn't present a fair playing field when you start negotiating with a developer, and the word was negotiating, but that was the word used in the minutes, and a good partner is what you said. So those 2 things don't represent a good playing field. Kind of reeks of the good old boy network here, so you know of that. So to me, that's the issue. I'll close with this. So this is a political year. I'm sure everybody thinks this issue is going to be on for the next 6 months. But there have been a lot of great leaders in our country and in this world. And as Napoleon found out, what you think would be your greatest accomplishment might end up being your Waterloo. So I encourage you, just don't do the density increase until you get a final plan in front of you, the developer comes for you, because the developer's strong arming you and the city. And it's not right. You have a great bargaining chip there and you're just giving it away right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you do me a favor? If I don't hear the timer,
I'll let you know.
please.
I've only heard it once.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you, neighbor. Welcome to Oldsmar.
John Sapira, and I reside at 601 Washington Avenue, which I am in walking distance to downtown here. I'm here tonight to express that I am in favor of City Council approving the amendments tonight, or amendment. When I bought my house back in 2001 and became a full-time resident, I always wished we had a downtown here. You know, I always looked at Safety Harbor, I looked at Dunedin, Palm Harbor. We never had it. I would love to have that. The problem is we don't have density here. During the day, there's more people here during the day than there is at night. And at night, there's nowhere to go because there's no people. And without people, we can't have the restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. With the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, it will do the following, which is vital for our new and much-needed downtown. First and foremost, the proposed increase in density is imperative to attract and support local businesses, restaurants, cafes, and retail shops. Without this, the downtown does not exist. Introducing the proposed mixed-use environment where people live, work, and play creates the environment that people are looking for these days. It will also increase our tax base, which will hopefully equate to lower taxes for us. I guess we'll find out. This will help create a strong and more accessible downtown core. It increases economic productivity. It helps lower infrastructure costs. It decreases our carbon footprint with more efficient homes. Plus people walk to the shops, they bike, or they do the golf carts to get to all the stores. You know, and over the past decades, the city's done a great job in improving the infrastructure by building the state-of-the-art reverse osmosis plant, upgrading, adding sewer lines, water lines, reclaim lines, storm pipe throughout the city, and as Jerry Beaverland always says, we actually have paved streets and roads these days. You know, we've widened Tampa Road. You guys have secured beautiful parks for us, lots of them. We need people there. Building a new library, a recreational center, just to name a few. We got some really great companies here. We got Microlumen, we got Nielsen, we got Lockheed, United Healthcare, all the great small businesses that make part of this city here, and lots more. Now is the time for our downtown. We've been talking about this forever. Let's do it. I mean, 20 years, come on. If the city really envisions a downtown in this great city of Oldsmar, as I do, I am asking each of you to recognize the extreme importance of this comprehensive plan amendment and to please vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you. Right over there. Marty.
I'm Marty McDonald. I live 124 Shore Drive Place. I've lived here 27 years. I was an urban planner, land use planner for 20 plus years. I have you beat though on the Jerry Beaverland story. When I moved here in 1995, this is just real quick, it's cute. 1995, right now the house is 103 years old, so what was it then? I don't know, 80. But I was up on the third floor scraping lead paint, that might be what's wrong with my brain, lead paint off the wall before I knew the damages it could do. And I hear no air conditioning in the house. I could hear the screen door open and close. I'm like, the kids are at school, what is going on? I go downstairs to a man sitting on my couch in my living room. And I'm like, we'd only lived there a week. And I had no idea what was going on. I said, can I help you? And he's like, yeah, I'm Jerry Beaverland. I'm your mayor. And it was like, it made me, like you said, it made me feel like I was just part of something I've never been part of before. We went out on the front porch and we swang on the porch swing, and so there we go. So I am kind of like Matt Clark. I feel two ways on this. My resident side of this doesn't like it. My urban planning side of it understands that sometimes to get where you need to be, you have to allow more density. You have to allow, the developers will come to you many times, and almost in the city of Tampa is where I worked. And I was staffed to city council. I would be the person standing up in front of city council, presenting staff's comments on plan developments, rezonings, land use changes. So very often we would get a developer coming through that needed to, or wanted additional density. And during that process, there was a whole process of bringing forward studies. They had to have a final site plan, elevations, everything to support so we could show city council how they were going to implement a good design and something that the council would accept. What I am confused about here, well, first of all, what I have seen, there's a few things I really like about the design. I love that the parking garage is incorporated in the building. We used to beg for that as senior staff to developers to hide these parking garages so they aren't ugly parking garages like we have close to Hennessy. So that is something that I really appreciate. What I am more concerned with is the process. I have not seen a process quite like this before. Typically, in my experience, and I checked with many of my peers that were previous planners or current planners, and I have yet to see a city, and it wasn't our standard operating procedure, to, even when property, we had times when City of Tampa property was being purchased. When we brought that forward, there would be a contract for sale, there would be final site plans, and there would be public input on all of that. And so what I'm concerned about is the way in which Oldsmar is going about doing it, not bringing forward a final plan, but agreeing to increase density based on the hope that down the road, you'll be able to work on the design of the building. Other than the parking garage in the middle, I don't feel like it's a good design. So I just don't, I think you're putting the cart before the horse on that. I feel like the developer needs to have ownership. They should be coming forward with asking for density with a site plan that we can tweak and work with. And also with the sale price already worked out, negotiated, all at once. That's how we did it at City of Tampa. That's how my peers do it in City of Largo, City of Clearwater. So I'm concerned about the process. I understand as a planner, you need that type of density, and I like apartments better than condos, to get, number one, a partnership with a developer that will come and develop your property, but then also to support the commercial aspect of it. So that's my concern, and I like I said, I ran it by many urban planners that do this for a living and not seen a process like this one before. So that's my concerns.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Tom Price, 418 Arlington Avenue East. I came here tonight with nothing written down because I knew what I wanted to say, and now that I've listened to a lot of things, the downtown development has to move forward. I moved here in 2009 from Tarpon Springs because of the downtown development. that we thought we were going to have this. We live 2 blocks from downtown. We wanted to be part of downtown. And now with business downtown, we are part of downtown more so. I don't understand where the density level is such a concern. We have the property. And like I said, I had everything planned out what I was going to say, and it's changed 150 times in the last hour. But all I ask is that we continue to move forward. We're not making a decision tonight on yes or no. All we're saying is if our city attorney can start moving it forward, and then we go from there. And the city, and I've been here since 2009. I've been coming to city council meetings, which my wife thinks I'm nuts to come to. I can't say she's wrong. But it's been talked about for 11 years. So that anybody that says that this has not been transparent is not well informed. So I'm sorry about that, but this has been on the books and has been open at every meeting. And you have a citizens forum, which we're in right now. You can come and ask any question you want. So I've only been through 3 mayors here, but everything's been wide open. So I disagree with some people on social media who are misinformed, and I think you should come to the meetings or at least watch the meetings on TV. That's all I have to say.
Working our way down. We got people in the back corner. No, right here. Dave?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dave Legree, 945 Waverly Street here in Oldsmar. Resident of about 9 years now. Business owner in multiple bordering towns and cities, 8 or 9 to be exact, different cities other than Oldsmar. St. Pete, Dunedin, Safety Harbor, own businesses and all those, mostly gyms, Anytime Fitness gyms, franchisee. I am pro moving forward, and just to follow up with what Tom Price said, to me it appears to be an absolute no-brainer to at least move forward from this moment. It doesn't mean we've made any final decisions. It just means that let's take a look. Let's have the city be heard then, but at least we've moved forward and one step closer to a possible thriving downtown. I do know that, you know, I have the Tiki Tavern in Safety Harbor. I moved in there, had an opportunity to go into that mixed-use building right there on Main Street at the corner of 2nd and Main, and you know, I jumped at the opportunity, saw the thriving metropolis that was happening down there. It is still a very quaint little town. The density has absolutely increased. You know, you can ask other people such as James Poulter, Safety Harbor resident. Our density increase there has not caused really any problems as far as I can see. I live, breathe, eat there every day with my business, and talk to my customers on a daily basis, touch the tables, hear about all the visitors coming in looking for real estate that's not there because it's so sought after right now. Just as we sat there, I was getting questions about apartments. Are there any available in Safety Harbor? There really aren't. There is nothing available. It has become the sought after, you know, place to be other than Dunedin when you look at the suburbs of Tampa. And I think Oldsmar is just right there behind it with a little downtown area. And I say we move forward, and that's all I have to say with that. Thanks.
Thank you. James? Trying to work my way back up here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, everybody. James Poulter, 515 Humphreys Road in Safety Harbor. Dave, sorry. I am the chair-elect for the Upper Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight in support in the downtown project, asking you to continue to move forward with the process. I moved over from England in 2003. moved to Safety Harbor. I've lived in Dunedin. I've lived up 10 years up in Eastlake. And I'm from a small town in England, and I like quaint small town areas. So I moved back to Safety Harbor 4 years ago. I've been on the board there with the chamber for over 7 years, and it's changed a lot over the years. And as everybody has said tonight, you can't really stop change. You can be smart about it, you can control it, and as a community, you can help move things forward. So, you know, I'm here tonight to kind of say help to move things forward. I might be talking out of turn, but as the chamber, we're here to help communicate that. If it's with different businesses or residents, however we're here to help, we're more than willing to do that. And I know you guys got some tough decisions ahead, but all the best.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I believe we have one more, is that it? Yep, wait. Yep, I guess you. That's it. We're in our last 30 minutes, so there you go.
Hello, everybody. I'm actually going to take my mask off. I'm going to the NFL Hall of Fame to see John Lynch get inducted into the Hall of Fame, so I'm trying to be really careful. Now, I wrote, Linda Norris, 510 Oakwood Boulevard, and I wrote all my comments down, but so many people have made some of the points that I have wanted to make. So first, I'd like to commend everybody for being here, because like Ginger said, democracy is not a spectator sport, and I've lived in Oldsmar for 22 years. I served 3 terms on councils with 3 different mayors. I've seen this downtown come and go, come and go. I've seen it crash because of the financial crash. I've seen a developer not follow through. I've seen the pandemic. I've seen, you know, all of that go through for the last how many ever years. There have been, and when I moved to Oldsmar, I lived on a street with one other house on 3+ acres, and on my couch, I could watch the sunset. And now I've got 3-story luxury condos and 2 McMansions on either side of me. I affectionately call my home the maid's quarters between the mansions. But I do have lovely trees and everything else, and I have a lovely yard. So that being said, I couldn't stop any of that. Even being on the council, property owners are going to do what property owners are allowed to do. We have the advantage here of owning the property, therefore having some say in this. And some people made the points. It could be thousands of square foot of commercial. It could be so much worse than what's being proposed. And I think what people need to keep in mind, like I'm Switzerland here, because I see everything that everybody is against and everything that everybody is for. I can see both sides of it. But I think everybody needs to keep in mind that this doesn't mean that this proposal is going to happen. This doesn't mean that the density is going to be increased. All this vote tonight is to move it forward in order to do negotiations. It's not developer driven. I've heard that. It's driven by the 5 of you elected. And if I remember correctly, each and every one of you had some form of downtown development, walkable downtown development as your platforms. So, gosh, I'm nervous. I'm never nervous when I was up there, but I'm nervous now. This is a different perspective. But there's a couple of things that I do want to address. A lot of you guys know me as arts, environment, trees, you know, all that stuff. Alexis is tired of hearing me say tree program. Well, we have one. 2 words you guys hate hearing me say is pervious surface, you know? So I care about all of that. And I did not realize this because I'd have to turn in my tree hugger card, because I actually had to research that increased density is better for the environment, because it just doesn't seem to make sense. But there's reasons why. Y'all can Google it. But the things that I don't like what's going on right now is I do understand all the frustrations, and I agree that there should be more community involvement, but there have been 100 meetings over the years. There have been public forums, there have been public hearings. So to lay the fault at the feet of the council and the city staff that people don't know what's going on, that's not the whole story, you know? I agree. Let's get it out there. I'm glad you guys are doing all these blasts of this meeting's happening and this meeting's happening. I agree with all of that. But over the years, like the people in this room that have gone to a lot of the meetings, Ginger, John Buse, Susan Oliver, Tom Price, there's a handful of people. But now, look at this. This is democracy in action right here. This is what I hope we can do more of moving forward. Couple things I don't like is that I want to address because they're misconceptions, and you know, there are no backroom deals going on here, citizens. Each member of the council must abide by the Sunshine Law, which means they can't talk about things together unless it's recorded, and unless they can't even comment on social media together, because that breaks the Sunshine Law and they will break the law. So that's one thing I wanted to put out there. You guys already talked about 2 more public hearings, so I don't need to make that point again. Environmental did that. And then the other thing is the change is only for vertically integrated multi-use, which means that's where the development is going to come from. That's where the small businesses are gonna thrive. And it's not for everything in the city. It's for, there's only this one parcel. I knew I was gonna go. Okay, can I make one more point?
Go right ahead.
Okay, let me just go down to my conclusion. Oh, the parking garage is something that I think that people, I was always against taxpayer dollars to pay for a parking garage. It's my understanding that this developer is gonna pay for it, and that is very fiscally responsible for the citizens. So I wanted to point that out. So thank you. I know everybody's busy, and I hope that as a community, we can come together respectfully to, you know, as an end result of having a downtown that we could all be proud of. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close the Citizens Open Forum. We have a couple of items that we're going to go through. Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Gannon. She was going to read that into the record.
Thank you, Mayor. I was asked by former council member Gabby McGee to read a statement that she wrote. She's currently in Spain still, as you all might know. She served several terms on this council and then resigned for her job change.
I'm having a very difficult time hearing you. You might have to speak
Is that
closer.
any better?
It might be because of the rain. No? Why don't you pull?
Grab the mic.
There you go. I will.
How about now?
Perfect.
Thank you. As I was saying, this is a emailed letter from Councilmember Gabby McGee, who served 2 terms on this council under several mayors, and I asked her for her opinion. She wrote me this email from Spain. Councilmember Gannon, Mayor and council members, residents of Oldsmar, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts, even from afar, on the upcoming code changes for the city of Oldsmar. I have watched the planning board meeting, city council meeting, and read the petition in which the ongoing downtown development was discussed. Everyone wants progress unless it's in their backyard. Unfortunately, we have, as a city, delayed any possible progress for more than 15 years because unlike the very few negative comments I have read and heard in the Citizens Open Forum, the city has been more than transparent, collaborative, and considerate of the voices and opinions of its residents since the beginning. How could we not? Our residents elected us to serve our neighbors, represent theirs and the city's best interests, and many of them are also our neighbors and friends. When council members are making a significant decision, such as downtown development projects and code amendments, they absolutely consider resident opinions and wishes. However, they must also make long-term decisions that are in the best interests of the city that at times may be difficult to make. Personally, as a member of the City Council for 6 years, I was an active participant in many multiple planned meetings, public workshops, including with local graduate students, architects, and builders, downtown development proposals, and several development requests with many rejections too, all with public participation, all of that in just 6 to 8 years. Prior to my time on council, I know there were many more workshops, proposals, and rejections on this very same subject. A few points to consider. As I think was well shown and articulated in the City Planning Board meeting by staff, the district already allows for 75-foot high buildings. Just because some residents and or board members don't want to see a 5-story building in their neighborhood is not a valid justification for opposing density code changes, development, or other future benefits for the city of Oldsmar. It's irrelevant to the point being considered. There was a comment in the planning board meeting that one member didn't like a newer car wash that was an approved use in front of their subdivision. One, it's a completely irrelevant discussion to the density at hand. And secondly, we're talking about supporting local businesses. A small business owner looked at our city and saw an opportunity. Instead of welcoming them, helping them to be successful, we only consider how it's inconveniencing us or not what we would choose. I'm not singling this member out because I also had those same thoughts as the resident of the city. However, look at how many businesses in our city have opened their doors only to close them within a couple of years. We cannot sustain our local businesses with our current population density. If we do not get others to want to stop and stay and spend money in our city, our grocery stores, our restaurants, and our small businesses will cease to exist in Oldsmar. I ask any member of City Council or our residents who are hesitant about moving these plans forward to look at other local downtown development projects and the benefits they have had on those cities without detracting from the small town charm. As one example, the beautiful artisan apartment homes in Dunedin, Florida at 966 Douglas Avenue is a 4-story, mixed-use, predominantly apartment building and parking garage wrapped in downtown Dunedin that brought in a natural grocery store, social clubs, and businesses to what was previously an empty, dilapidated gravel parking lot. If Douglas Avenue in downtown Dunedin can successfully and tastefully support a 4-story mixed-use project, a street that has nowhere near the amount of thoroughfare traffic that we receive on any given day on Tampa Road, upward of 60,000 cars, then the city of Oldsmar can successfully support larger mixed-use properties in this district. You may even consider the example of Hyde Park Village in the city of Tampa. It was once a dilapidated, empty shopping center that is now a thriving and walkable extension of downtown. Hyde Park Village is only 2- and 3-story buildings, so you may ask yourself, why can't future development opportunities support the same in Oldsmar? Why did they make the investment in a rundown Hyde Park Villages on the outskirts of Tampa? It all leads back to density. Oldsmar has less than 2,000 people per square mile. The city of Tampa has 3,100, but North Hyde Park has more than 5,000 people per square mile. As Felicia Donnelly stated in the meeting, you need residential to create retail opportunity. Look at any downtown in Pinellas or Hillsborough County and tell me if they have a walkable, vibrant downtown without residential as a key component, or if they built their downtown core around a community pool or recreation center. It doesn't exist because it's not economically viable for any business owner, developer, or city. Density and height changes are always contentious issues in every city. Look at Safety Harbor as a recent example. Everyone has their own vision of the city, what they like and what they don't like. Imagine a business owner asking every single employee what the strategy of their company should be, or any governing city body to ask all residents to agree on one vision for the city. It's almost impossible to get 5 council members to agree, let alone get the opinion of every resident or even a majority of them. Lastly, as was stated by staff at the planning board meeting, we are fortunate that we own the development and nothing happens without approved site plans. I'll leave the rest for the city clerk to include. She closes with a quote I always loved. "No one likes change, but they like irrelevance even less." I was very surprised to hear the question of what has changed in Oldsmar in the last 10 years, that we need to make this code change now. What hasn't changed in the world in the last 16 months? I would ask our residents to have faith and trust in the city officials elected to hold this office and to make these difficult decisions on their behalf. Oldsmar is fortunate to have you. I wish you all the luck in the process.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the citizens' open forum. The next item on the agenda is the community minute, which will be announced by our city clerk, Ann Nexon.
Yeah, so coffee with the mayor tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning via city's Facebook page. Grab your coffee for a conversation with Oldsmar Mayor Eric Seidel. He'll provide a brief recap of the city council meeting and answer questions from the viewing audience. Sales tax holiday, don't forget about the back to school sales tax holiday. Save on clothing, backpacks, school supplies, computers, and much more. Annual savings ends on Monday, August 9th. And the second Friday is Friday the 13th. Friday, August 13th from 6 to, oh, nobody can hear me. All right, we only got 30 more seconds to my minute. Friday the 13th from 6 to 10, State Street next to City Hall. Join the Upper Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce for this new monthly event in downtown Oldsmar. Businesses, craft, and food vendors, car show, live music, and more. Free admission for everyone. Good times with good people for a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of addition of new agenda items. Item 19, 20, and 21 are all new. The chair will entertain a motion to approve. So moved. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Discussion. Centurion, you're ready to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is awards and recognition. Item number 1 is presentation of Business of the Quarter Award for the second quarter of 2021, which will be presented by Councilmember Gannon.
I know everybody's excited to hear me talk again. Well, this is the fun part of the evening when we have an opportunity to recognize some of our special citizens, special residents, and special businesses. Tonight, I have the distinct pleasure of awarding the Business of the Quarter to Dr. Shim. Dr. Shim, would you like to? For those of you who don't know, this is Dr. Shim of Shim Spine. He recently moved his medical practice to Oldsmar in October of 2020 at the building on the corner of State Street and St. Pete Drive. This was the new location for orthopedic and spine evaluation. Shim Spine's practice, along with the new business venture called Entangle Media, has been working hard ever since then. You've probably noticed the building has become more and more beautiful with the addition of some green space around there. It looks very nice. And it was one of the first buildings in our downtown corridor, which was why it's important to recognize him for making that initial investment into our city and into our downtown, and we appreciate that. So, we feel Dr. Shim's medical practice is just one of the greatest things on the horizon for Oldsmar. You might not realize that Dr. Shim is actually from Seoul, Korea. He obtained his medical license in 1993. He holds, is it 2 patents now? 2 patents for medical devices. He was formerly the chief of surgery for Mease Countryside Hospital in Dunedin, as well as Safety Harbor. Board member on the Morton Plant Mease Research Council. Current teaching appointments include the Morton Plant Mease Family Residence Program, USF Department of Orthopedics, and with all this, he still manages to diversify with interest in media. Could you tell us a little bit about Entangle Media, Dr. Shim?
I thought you were all coming here tonight to see me. Come on, guys. So thank you for the honor of presenting this beautiful plaque. I am an orthopedic surgeon, but reality is I did what all good Korean sons do. I did what my dad asked me to do. So I went to medicine, but I also told him after I do that, I'll do what I really want to do, which is to become an entrepreneur. Entangle Media is a software company, and we develop medical, legal, and event software. What you don't know is in our office right now, we are training people, their second careers, to use software to actually trajectorize themselves to a better future. We're taking people who were formerly in the restaurant space, and now they're going to become actually working in the legal fields with incomes that's significantly higher than what they had when they started out. So we're very excited to be able to bring that kind of energy, that kind of option, that kind of future to the people here in Oldsmar. Thank you for giving me the time to talk about it.
And it's for all of these reasons that we have selected you, Dr. Shim, as Business of the Quarter for the second quarter.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. The next item on the agenda, item number 2, is going to be rescheduled. The recipient had to leave. So I have the pleasure of grabbing the wrong document. That one right there. Excuse me. So I have the privilege this month of presenting the City Manager Award for the month of August. And the recipient of that award is Suzette Daly, who is the General Manager of our local Walmart. Walmart, would you please come up? A little background. So Suzette is a Chicago native, a Florida resident since '96, and has lived in the Pinellas area since that time. She's been actively involved with her community since she joined Walmart 12 years ago. Over the past year, she's partnered with a variety of businesses, local churches, local cities, especially during this past year, in light of the pandemic. Her efforts led to donating and appreciating the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department, local hospitals, fire departments, and first responders for their hard work. Here's kind of the cool thing. So she just took over the Walmart here in Oldsmar this March. And I'm gonna blend this in a little bit to tell you. Now I've been around for a while, and I've watched and worked with the leadership at Walmart, whether it was as a chamber member, as a council member, and sometimes we're really blessed with an outstanding GM who is totally involved, and sometimes not so much. And so here's the thing, we had a terrific gentleman who was there who we missed, but we're excited that Suzette's here now. But she is immediately when she came in, we're like, and for those of you who know Sharon Edwards, and Operation Pop Drop, which brings a lot of food into Oldsmar Cares. Better? There you go. Brings a lot of food into Oldsmar Cares. She's immediately reaching out to her. She's practically brand new, and immediately she jumps in and really helped make an odd year Pop Drop a big success. And that program is critical for collecting supplies that go to Oldsmar Cares that helps those in the community who need the help. And it goes beyond just Pop Drop, but she also was dragged in and helped right away with their program, the Honor Our Heroes 5K. And so we are blessed to have her here in the community, and so it's my privilege to present her with the Council Manager Award of Recognition presented to Suzette Daly, Walmart Supercenter, August 2021.
I don't know if you can hear from me. Thank you.
Let me fix
it. That's all it takes. I want to thank the gentleman earlier for my plug for Walmart, by the way. Thank you. I heard that. I was like, yeah. No, thank you guys. Every store that I've worked with, I've been actively involved in the community because the people is what makes a business. And that's one of the great things about Walmart. I pride myself in developing a great team, but even more so is getting to know the community and the people that are involved in there. During COVID, we were really grateful to a lot of our community help, and we knew people were working overtime and long hours at hospitals and our fire responders, et cetera. We really reached out, provided baskets for them, appreciated them. So I just wanted to let you know. And I actually started with Walmart here in Oldsmar back in 2008. So I actually worked as an assistant at the store for 4 years. And I reached out to some of the businesses in that. So I don't know if anybody remembers me, but it's been a full circle and it's been a big blessing. So I'm super excited to be back as the general manager and come full circle and just work back into Oldsmar again. It was my choice to be at that store and to be back into the community. So I appreciate all you guys. Thank you. Mayor, for this award. It's a big accomplishment. Thank you.
She's having issues tonight. While she's lining up the photograph, I will say that in Q1, when Josh was there as manager, Walmart actually got recognized as Business of the Quarter, but they couldn't come because of the pandemic. So we're going to do like 2 for 1 night. So here you go.
BOGO. Congratulations.
Once again, congratulations to the award winners tonight. All right, moving on. The next item on the agenda is the Community Redevelopment Agency. Item number 4, authorize the city attorney to prepare an ordinance amending section 5.2.1 of the Land Development Code. And I was going to call on our city manager or assistant city manager? Assistant city manager.
Hi, good evening, Council. Felicia Donnelly, Assistant City Manager. This item addresses a text amendment that will allow outdoor dining in the town center with a revocable license agreement. So currently, our code says that outdoor dining is permitted, but only with a development agreement. When the code was formulated, the development agreement may not have been the best vehicle because a development agreement occurs before construction. So it's only applicable to a brand new constructed project. So in any case that you would have a mixed-use building that may have different tenants that now desire to have outdoor dining, there isn't a mechanism for that. So this one would allow outdoor dining with a license agreement to encourage pedestrian activity just in the town center. It is not to be confused with the current license agreement that was given under COVID. So this is a permanent text agreement, or text amendment.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Okay, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I think this is fantastic.
You made the motion. Go right in.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is fantastic. We've seen a little taste. We got a little taste of what outdoor dining can be like due to COVID, kind of on accident, setting up in different parking lots and kind of trying to make things work. We realized that dining outside is kind of great. So, having this in place as an actual license agreement makes sense, and it doesn't necessarily require a development agreement. That's really outdated. So I think it is important to get this in writing and to make sure that it's available and that dining establishments know that you can do this. You can have this flexibility to have outdoor dining accommodations in the right of way.
Very good. Any other comments, council? Nope. Sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion passes. All right, item number 5, and actually item 5 and 6 is going to be presented. We have a staff presentation from, I believe, the Assistant City Manager, Felicia Donnelly, along with the Director of Planning and Redevelopment, Tatiana Childress.
Yes, good evening, council members. Mayor Tatiana Childress, City of Oldsmar, Planning and Redevelopment Director.
Good evening.
So this is a text amendment to the Town Center Code and the City of Oldsmar Comprehensive Plan. Downtown redevelopment has been council priority for many years. the intent was always to develop a functional and attractive place and recreate Main Street, the city worked on multiple concept plans over the years. For activation of downtown, our community needs a mix of uses, including residential, commercial development along State Street. Over the years, there have been several downtown plan iterations with public input, which included Old Square, REO Station, Park Plaza, Market Square, USF CRA Master Plan, Town Center Plan, and Oldsmar Town Center Sketch. Since 2001, there have been 79 public agenda items to discuss development of downtown. 24 of those occurred since 2019. In addition, several RFPs have been issued for developer proposal throughout the years. The following slides include some of those plans. Old Square, 2005 to 2009. REO Station, 2009 through 2010. Park Plaza in 2012. Market Square proposal since Stantec 2014. USF CRA Master Plan prepared by USF grad student in 2016. Town Center Plan, Stantec 2017. Oldsmar Town Center, 2019. And existing conditions include on the State Street historic building, open space around City Hall, newer mixed use offices and apartments, doctor's offices, other available commercial space. Transformation over the last 2 decades includes public and private improvements, as shown on the following slides. How we activate some of the existing places and that have been developed over the years and ensure that new development is successful. Well, we have to create a sense of place. We have to encourage a mix of uses. We have to identify catalyst projects and invest in a streetscape. It encourages longer stays, it supports and attracts businesses, enhance a vital public amenity. What's missing from the current Main Street? Maybe a catalyst project. So this graphic depicts a vertically integrated mixed-use development as presented by Woodfield. A concept like this, one facilitates the mix of uses, encourages the pedestrian environment, and may create a catalyst effect in the redevelopment of downtown. The Woodfield submission includes a 3-story residential component above commercial and retail along the State Street, as shown on this picture. So this is showing Washington Avenue and State Street. Just as a concept, as a submission, just as a, not a formal proposal, but more of a presentation by Woodfield. It shows that the street-level retail, dining, and entertainment strengthens the urban fabric while positively impacting the local economy. The mixed-use development is also referred to as sustainable development or smart growth, new urbanism, infill development. It originated as a national growth management technique as a counteracting measure to sprawl in the late 90s and early 2000s. Patterns utilizing integrated mass transit with greater emphasis on protecting natural resources, preserving open space, and revitalizing existing urban cores. So vertically integrated mixed-use development includes compact residential and commercial development within the same building. Oh, this graphic just shows, sorry, I didn't want to pick on Walmart, but it's just a big box project.
Perfect timing.
With the suburban sprawl. So, and this graphic shows vertically integrated development. That's where the newer planners are moving towards, so the mixed-use development. And it's more sustainable than obviously the urban sprawl. Increased residential density within vertically integrated development creates additional housing options for residents. It attracts younger, affluent population. Everyone walking by the shops or living nearby becomes a potential customer. It reduces costs to maintain public infrastructure. It reduces environmental footprint, and it helps to attract new employers. It also creates the concentration and diversity of activities. creates vitality, a more secure environment, more attractive and better quality town center, less need to travel, less reliance on the car, more opportunity for public transport. It creates social, economic, and environmental benefits. This graphic might be especially interesting for planners. It shows why vertically integrated mixed use is appropriate at this location, because it creates a gradual increase in densities consistent with the Transect model. Transect model is also known as a SMART model, so we're using the Euclidean zoning. This is more of a form-based code. It goes from the very natural environment to the more dense. So here we have RE Oldsmar. Then we go to our estate residential district with larger single-family residential lots, to more compact development of R2, R3, and TCR district, to even more dense along State Street in our TCCN district and along St. Petersburg Drive, to what we can call the urban center. We'll never be able to reproduce here city of Clearwater, St. Pete, or downtown Tampa because we're not the urban core. The vertically integrated mixed-use development is also suitable for this location because it's located on a designated regional multimodal corridor. It has direct access to transit, and it's a heavily traveled corridor with over 60,000 AEDTs. It is also a designated activity center under the county-wide rules. The current CRI standards do not provide suitable densities to support vertically integrated development in our city. The current standards, TCCR established to provide suitable areas for retailing and service facilities with residential densities up to 30 units per acres, ISR up to 90, FAR of 2, with maximum height of 75 feet, which is up to 6 floors. This is referred to the area, which is highlighted in red here on the slide, the gray area outlined in red. This is the only area that's considered for this incentive at this time. So this request is for a proposed code amendment to revise the TCCR zoning district to allow density bonus for vertically integrated mixed-use development within the same multi-story building, secured with a development agreement to provide clarifying language regarding density intensity averaging and mixed-use development within the TCCR district, correcting inconsistency between the maximum floor area ratio in the TCCR district and the CRD land use category of the comprehensive plan. This is also, we're also filing a comprehensive plan amendment, an amendment to the community redevelopment district land use category to allow density intensity bonus for mixed use development within the same multi-story building for an area along Tampa Road corridor. The proposed incentive in the CRD category would allow up to 65 units per acre for residential, 150 units for transit accommodations, and the floor area ratio of 2. Developments exceeding the current maximum density and intensity of the CRD category, which are 30 units per acre and FAR of 1, would be required to provide hurricane evacuation, closure, and reentry plans for their specific development. Permits increases in density in the coastal high hazard area to address the proposed bonus density and intensity within the specified area of the CRD category. The following slide demonstrates that we're way below what's already permitted under the countywide rules. So the countywide rules allows 90 units per acre. We're going up to 65. We're basically not changing anything else other than this density of 65 units per acre from the current standards. This map is, this graphic is from the countywide rules, and it shows that we are a designated community center with, again, residential units per acre up to 90, temporary lodging or transit accommodations of up to 150, and non-residential density up to 3.0 FAR. We are not a major center like Clearwater or St. Pete. We're not an urban center, so we're never going to be St. Pete and Clearwater. Just wanted to highlight it here where our activity center under the countywide rules is. This graphic just demonstrates where this incentive will be applicable. So this is north of State Street, south of Tampa Road, and it's bound by Bayview and Clarendon. And it's only when they apply for a vertically integrated mixed-use development. So proposed amendment is consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan and town center community redevelopment plan. The density intensity bonus for vertically integrated mixed-use development is consistent with the CRA policy 1.4.2, and the proposed density bonus for vertically integrated development is an incentive to facilitate the downtown development. Staff recommends approval of the TCCR zoning district, and CRD is presented to permit a density bonus for vertically integrated mixed-use development, correct an inconsistency between the maximum floor area ratio in the TCCR district and the CRD land use category of the comprehensive plan, and provide clarifying language regarding density intensity averaging.
Yes.
Thank you.
She's not going to give it again.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. I will go to the council for questions of staff.
None.
Council member? I'm asking first if there's any questions of the staff.
Do you want questions just as it pertains to the comp plan, or do you want questions all at once?
I would say
Both?
I would make them both. We will vote on these separately.
Okay.
But while we have staff here and the presentation was for both items, that if there are questions for staff, I will have them go at this time. Graber?
Questions for staff, thank you.
I have one
Brackett?
question for staff. You mentioned at this time, when you said the part between Bayview and Clarendon would be the only area of the density increase from those, between those two streets. And then you did say in your presentation at this time, does that mean that there might be future growth for expansion of density?
I don't think so, because this is the only area which is currently designated as our TCCR zoning district, and this is the only area where this density will be discussed, reviewed during this proposal. So
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Good question. Councilmember Knapp, anything? No questions from me. Councilmember?
if I could, I'm sorry, Mayor, if I could go to this slide. This demonstrates where this density is the only density that it will be, that would make sense. So
T5.
that's the T5 kind of. So that's because we are on Tampa Road corridor. This is the only area where that vertically mixed use integrated development is appropriate. So as you go, it's a gradual density increase, again, from RE Olds Park all the way to Tampa Road. And Tampa Road is a multimodal corridor where that development could make sense under the countywide rules and with our research as well.
And that is from Bayview to Clarendon, along Tampa Road.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gannon?
I think did you miss Bayview to Clarendon?
Bayview to Clarendon, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I misheard you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Tatiana, can you go to the next slide? I think it is. Forward. The one that states the exact purpose of this amendment.
Forward.
No, it's forward. It's the one that states that it's for mixed-use, vertically integrated.
Oh, the
development.
request? Yeah, sure. Hold on just a second.
Specific language. Yes.
There.
Thank you. Sorry, you were going a little bit quick for me, and I really wanted, this is important to me. To revise the TCCR zoning district to allow a density bonus for vertically integrated mixed-use development within the same multi-story building secured with a development agreement. So there's a couple of important things there to me. Are you telling me that this is only for vertically integrated mixed-use applications?
Correct.
And this is only for those that are secured with a development agreement that meets that criteria. Is that
Yes.
correct? And this bonus is not applicable to those who don't meet those requirements.
Correct.
If we change the density, can we still decide to do nothing in that space?
Sure.
We're not talking about height today, correct?
No.
is no proposal.
The framework for height is already there, up to 75 feet or 6-story. It's already in place. What was not in place is the residential density. Commercial intensity is already in place as well. So it's just the residential component was always kept kind of like to the side maybe, or later to use it as a technique maybe. But here we're already at the place where it's a designated activity center. So for some of the planners that expressed their concern here at the podium, they were saying that, why now? Well, it's already given by code under the countywide rules. It's an activity center. This was studied by the county to kind of like identify where those increased densities make sense for them, so.
Any other questions?
Yeah, there have been a bunch of different proposals. You went through a couple of them. Am I correct that several have called for more intense uses than what we're currently potentially looking at with the?
I've only been with the city for 2 years and in this role only for 4 months, but I've researched over the last couple of weeks and we found timelines. So to my knowledge, yes, there were a couple of proposals that had higher densities and not sure why they didn't happen, whether it was a density or it was the economic downturn, but yes, several proposals had something even taller in that area. I can go back to the slides.
I think one of them, to my understanding, one of them was even 10 stories high.
There was an 8-story and a 9-story in 2006. Mayor Roniker.
That's the one
was-
I'm thinking of. That's the one I'm thinking of. Okay.
Then the economy.
The USF plan also demonstrated, and I believe there's a model somewhere for the USF plan, so they also demonstrated higher residential densities as long as the commercial intensity.
Thank you.
Councilmember Knapp?
One question. Tatiana, could you share like the process steps of how it would be determined that any proposal seeking a development agreement would be passed on or accepted as qualifying as a vertically integrated mixed-use structure?
Sure. We also proposed the code amendment, so there's actually a definition in the back of your staff report. So there is a standard definition of what's mixed-use development that we already currently have and what's a vertically integrated mixed-use development. So vertically integrated mixed-use development always implies that there is a retail or commercial space on the ground floor and with some residential component on the second floor and a vertically integrated parking as part of the development. So
So who would decide that that meets that criteria?
Initial step would be staff, TRC, and it will be presented to you guys since this is only applicable within the CRA area. So it will have to go through a regular technical review committee by the city engineer, the city staff, and then it will be presented to you. So you basically.
Perfect.
And I just wanted to add that the extra layer is a development agreement.
Right.
So it requires all that, and then it requires a development agreement, which then requires planning board, city council, and 2 public hearings.
Very good. Thank you.
That it? I did have one question as it related to the property that the city owns, specifically next door. And I've seen where we've done this in some other cases. Is it possible that on the retail side of the mixed use, that the city could require a deed restriction that specifies that that must remain retail? And because that then would be recorded and it would, live with the property forever.
Yes, Mr. Trask, can you maybe address that for us?
So the answer is yes. And in fact, when we do these development agreements, besides having as an exhibit the final site plan, concept, architectural plans, we also could put in there as an exhibit a deed restriction or declaration of covenants that would restrict that as well. So the development agreement will eventually go away. It expires after a number of years. The declaration would not. And so that would be the way that we could capture that.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? All right, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve item number 5, authorize the city attorney to prepare an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan of the city of Oldsmar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Discussion. You're the maker of the motion? Yep.
I'm getting my notes. Sorry, my paper clips, they're plentiful in this area. Apologies for reading them. However, due to the gravity of this meeting tonight, I did take some notes in advance. When we made these land acquisitions with taxpayer dollars, they were made with the understanding that the first piece and the last piece would be a part of a downtown for this city, next door to City Hall here. Part of making that downtown a certainty, with retail space especially, the things our residents want to see, coffee shops, pizza joints, making that successful is ensuring the financial success of the project. Mixed-use, vertically integrated building, as we have just seen again, is a sustainable and cost-effective type of development. It's the type of development that's always been considered for this area, if you read back minutes over minutes over minutes. To allow for this type of development, a change in the density intensity is necessary. The CRA is designed in layers with decreasing density after you cross State Street, headed into TCCN and the other areas toward St. Pete Drive. It buffers the surrounding community as you move away from the downtown. We didn't spend millions of dollars to turn this into a park. You know, I've heard some people say, well, let's turn it into a park. Well, neither the TCCR nor the City Hall property are suited for a park. A park costs money. It would cost $4 to $5 million, my understanding is, to actually turn it into a usable park. And then the park doesn't go on our tax rolls. It costs us money, and we're struggling to maintain the infrastructure in the parks that we have. We also have more parks per capita than any other city in the state of Florida. I don't think that we need another park. I don't think that's a smart use of the land. I don't want an unbuffered park along Tampa Road as our downtown. Lower density residential in Safety Harbor and Dunedin, they have parks adjacent to their downtown, as I hope we will someday, but downtown is not a park. Part of making downtown a reality is adjusting the framework for our zoning and land use to make a space and guidelines for how it can be situated and how it can look. Note, I did not say how it will look, but how it can look. And just because we have the option to do something, there's been a lot of talk about the Woodfield proposal tonight, just because we have the option to do something doesn't mean that we will do it. We are not yet at this step with this developer. There's 23 steps. I have a cheat sheet for the development process according to our code that we are bound to follow. 23 steps. We are at step 4. And between now and the end of that finish line, the end of that marathon, there are plenty of options for this particular plan to fail after, they potentially submit us, a deal that we could live with. There's requirements for our code for them to submit financials, civil engineering information, FDOT approval, SWIFT MUD approval, traffic modality, stormwater analysis, environmental impact. All of this is required information, and we need it so that citizens, as they showed up tonight, have something to comment on. And we're not there yet. We need to bring forth something that they can comment on and contribute to. That's the idea, right? To have something collaborative that we can take suggestions on and contribute together. I hear a lot of comparisons to Safety Harbor and Dunedin downtowns, but keep in mind that Dunedin and Safety Harbor have twice as many people per square mile than those cities. Read density. That is density, okay? That's what helps make their downtown a success. We've heard all of the different proposals. Every iteration has had a parking garage on it. The only difference for this plan as the garage is that we don't have to build it. Otherwise, we bond out the garage for $18 to $20 million, take on that debt as a city, which I don't submit would be smart in this time, especially. But we don't want people coming to our downtown and parking in Ginger's front lawn. I don't know if she's still here, but we don't want people parking in Ginger's front lawn. It's always been contemplated, especially with a potential theater over on the library property, to have a parking garage. And if we pay to build it, it's not on the tax roll, and any commercial space in it, we would then pay those taxes. We're not earning anything. In this current proposal, again, if the developer builds the garage and the retail space below, they'll pay the $70 million to do it, plus the city gains $200,000 to $300,000 per year in ad valorem taxes. And that can continue. If we make it a park, if we do nothing, if we reject this again, it generates nothing. If it's a park, we've spent $3.5 million acquiring land that we didn't already own, to do nothing. And nothing has changed in this particular developer's proposal, by the way. The pack rat that I am, I found it. I have the giant thing.
Yeah.
And it says the same thing now that it did way back when it was presented to us. The only change in the is this suddenness and this kind of manufactured urgency. No developer is holding us to the fire, and no developer is suddenly holding out because of a density issue. It's been discussed, it's been brought up again and again. It's admittedly difficult to balance the goals of our residents, our city staff, and make everyone happy. I want people to be patronizing our stores in our town that are owned by our residents or where our residents work. I want to continue the conversation and move forward with bringing the reality to this priority that was set by council back in 1995. I am saddened to see on social media and elsewhere the efforts of the city staff and this council misrepresented on social media. I bring this up now because we're not voting tonight to accept a site plan or a development agreement with Woodfield. And I contacted, I think I got up to 68 phone calls and at least 30 emails in these past few days from different people who were told or misinformed that tonight we were voting on whether or not we're going to have the Woodfield thing right there downtown next week. It was frightening. Any person who has said to someone or led you to believe that this was tonight a vote on this particular Woodfield proposal that a lot of people are showing around social media is misinformed or does not understand the process as required by our code, which we are bound to follow. Any insinuation that this council is having secret meetings or backdoor dealings is absolutely false. And all of you up here know that to be absolutely false. I believe the planning board was intentionally pressured and misled prior to their meeting regarding the density issue. The timing of specific statements and interjections into this process at this late hour with such intention leads me to suspect that those who have made such misstatements are doing so for political or personal gain. I do not accept these attempts to tear apart my city. I reject them outright. The city and its staff are the most transparent, honest, and well-meaning individuals I have ever had the opportunity to work with. I think the city staff has particularly addressed the petition that has been circulated online and dispensed with the rumors that the city is moving forward in a hush-hush manner or things have disappeared from agendas and dispelled these conspiracy theories. I can set the record straight by going through every single meeting from November 3rd when the letter of intent was received from Woodfield all the way till the last meeting. I understand I wasn't here, but the Woodfield proposal was discussed then and in open comments. December 1, January 1, February 11th, March 2nd, March 16th, April 6th, April 20th, May 25th, May 4th, May 18th. The first meeting in July was canceled due to Elsa. I know that there are people out here who are interested in this conversation and have been for a long time. Pam Settle has been at those meetings I just mentioned the dates of. Jared Buckman has been at some of those meetings at the dates I'd mentioned. I was thrilled to see so much interest tonight and to see all these people filling this chamber. You're the reason we have all these chairs. We don't use all of these chairs. We have butts in the seats. That's fantastic. I am thrilled that people want to know what's going on downtown and want to have input. But the important thing to me is that they're not being misinformed. If you have a question, if you're not sure about what's going on, I have detailed records. You can send me an email at kgannon@myoldsmar.com. Please call me. My cell phone number is 352-870-4528. I would love to, as one of our citizens mentioned tonight, give you the facts or direct you to the appropriate person if I don't have those facts. I hope you are all doing the same. I hope you are all directing people to city staff or directing them to the public minutes, the meeting videos, the available tools we have to ensure transparency in this city and in this process that we trust in. I am not, nor do I ever intend, to address things on Facebook. There are documented cases of sunshine violations by public officials who have commented together on social media posts in advance of a vote. So if you're looking for me to comment on social media about something that's going on, it's not going to happen, because I am not going to get an ethics complaint against me for commenting on something that the mayor has commented on or that Councilmember Knapp has commented on. And you know what else? I want to make sure that the comment is made here at a publicly noticed meeting where everybody can hear what I have to say and nobody can misunderstand my purpose, and people have the opportunity to address me and make comments. I hope that you are all doing the same. I have not seen any overlapping comments by council members, but again, it needs to be transparent. If I have not made clear, nobody is bullying me. Nobody, the mayor is not bullying me.
I don't understand why you don't always just listen to what I tell you to do.
If you have
Be
seen
delicious.
any meeting since I have been elected to this council, you will know that the mayor is not bullying me. Facebook is not bullying me. I am here to do exactly what I was elected to do, which is to represent the constituency that has voted, that has told me repeatedly over and over again what their intentions are. Now, I don't want to get into further comments about this specific proposal because we don't even know what we're talking about. But as to the density issue, I think my point is clear, and I would like to move forward with the public hearings and get this conversation started. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you all for being here and staying. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're over your time.
The
No.
timer, did it beep?
No, we don't got tired. We need time.
Thank you, Councilmember Gannon, for those remarks. I'm sure that is a sentiment that is felt by many up here. But in an effort to be brief.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I just kept checking things off my list as she was going.
That's what I meant to do. Now you don't have to say it twice.
Yes.
You can if you want.
I want to applaud Tatiana for her presentation tonight, because I think something I wanted to kind of focus on from her presentation, and it's come up in conversations before, both in private with my family and other citizens out there, is you take a step back and you wonder, why hasn't anything happened? Why isn't anybody else taking a chance? Although there are some people that have taken a chance, and they're waiting because they know that there's this big seed out there that hasn't been planted yet. But we have that opportunity to get that going. And whether we know exactly what things are going to look like with any given proposal, we don't know that yet. But that's why there's these other process steps that are going to take place in order to get what the best chance of something taking place there. So again, Tatiana, thank you for that, because I think that's the most important part, is there's this sense of everybody waiting, both people that may be not in favor of it and then those that are in favor of seeing something happen. There's a reason I bought empty lots over on Federal Street, because I want to be on this side of Tampa Road when something does happen over here. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sraki.
Thank you, Mayor. As Katie Gannon mentioned, I did find my book too, and we all agree that this is what we would like to build next door on the lot that we all agree upon that. 5 stories, downtown, bring in small businesses, bring in jobs. We all agree that's what we want. The problem I'm having is the other density for the other areas from the other streets. I was only hoping the density increase would have been for our downtown area that is city-owned property. The change for me is that we're going all the way to Bayview and then to Clarendon or to Wendy's. That's the only problem I have. Katie Gannon, you have some great points. Facebook, I try to stay away from Facebook. I try not to get involved. There's a lot of public comment on there that I stay away from. I actually don't even like Facebook. But other than that, I want a downtown. I want to build a downtown. But I do like the hometown small feel that we have here. I enjoy that. I enjoy that small town feel. I moved here in '95, and when Chris Bohr said Tampa Road was two lanes, I was here. I saw the growth. I like the small town feel of downtown Oldsmar. But I do want a downtown. I do want a downtown growth. I want to see new businesses grow. But I'm just having an issue with the density increase of the larger property along Tampa Road for future development. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Graber.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Gannon, for elaborating on a lot of the points that I had jotted down. Everybody that came out tonight to speak, and to everyone who reached out to us the last couple of weeks, certainly listened, right? And it's one of those things where, well, if you don't do what I'm saying, then you're not listening to the public. Well, what if I'm doing what another member of the public wants to do? And I am listening to the public? It didn't really jive with me. Of course, as the mayor would say, I'm the plebe up here. That being said, those 25 to 29 meetings that Tatiana said, agenda items that have been since 2019, I was at all of them. Why? Because I had to learn all of these things in order to be able to sit up here. The first time I met Councilmember Knapp at a council meeting. First time I met Jason Sanders at a council meeting. Jared Buckman, council meeting. Matt Clark, most likely at a council meeting, I'm not sure, but more than likely. But what I wanted to say is, there's been some resounding themes, other than the mayor being a bully. You've never bullied me, sir. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that.
Quiet, please.
I understand. So, but there's for it and against it, which we've always kind of known. But it's the misinformation, and it was very aggravating. And as Councilmember Gannon alluded to, and as Councilmember Siraki said, we're not even really supposed to comment on Facebook. I certainly saw it, very aggravating, because you want to say something, but I don't talk to anybody on Facebook. What I do on Facebook is, hey, the Piers opened. Did you guys see how amazing and exciting that is? It's certainly not used for me to be some sort of bully pulpit, right? If you want to talk to me, you can call me, 646-326-8504. Everybody got that down? Mayor Beavis, thank you. I want people to call me or send me an email, or as Dave McDonald did, ask me out for coffee. Hey, can we meet so we can talk about this one-on-one? That's how the good information gets out. So that's all I had, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that that was addressed, at least from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a few comments. First, I do want to thank staff for the work they put in the report and their due diligence. And I do comment on Facebook, but what I comment is I restate the facts. Here's the facts. I don't give my opinion. I save that for here. Or if I'm also having breakfast with Dave McDonald, right? You know, which I appreciate. I mean, there's not a citizen that has reached out to me that I can ever recall, unless I made a mistake and it fell through the crack, that I haven't got back with, that I haven't made an effort to go meet with. Even when I knew the meeting may not be fun, but that's what all of us up here do. And I think that's part of what makes this council responsive. But it does bother me when we have folks who live nearby here, so close, and they just heard of this. And so I think that while I do agree, you know, you have to participate and you have to, you know, engage. The responsibility is yours too. But I do think we can do a better job. I still think we can do a better job. And maybe it's a matter of now that we're making some progress in terms of more discussion, you know, maybe some of that stuff can be put on the website. right? Maybe specifically, all the drawings, the plans, anything put on there. So at the very least, people can go to it and say, hey, let me go thumb through this and see what the latest is. Maybe some of these questions that we got asked tonight that you can't practically answer in a citizen's open forum because my city attorney is whispering to me, you keep answering the questions, you keep answering the questions, and that's not really the forum to do it. Maybe we could take those questions and frequently ask questions.
Yeah.
And try to get that information out there.
Great idea.
Well, eventually, I think as soon as we have a finished product, it's like, I understand the frustration of not having that final product, but I would think it would be a huge mistake and a disservice to people when we know that there is more work to do where they could get all the facts, to jump out there and say, we're going to do a town hall meeting on this. Some of you forget, we spent $55,000 doing visioning with the community about 4 years ago. Maybe it's a little bit longer now. But we've gone through this process more than once. And so let's get something that we could put in front of everybody that says, this is the deal that's being considered. We're not there, we're not there, which brings me to tonight and the density issue, right? Let me first make a comment on the Planning Advisory Board. First off, I appreciate every citizen who volunteers and does the work for the citizens of Oldsmar. I do want to clarify one thing. They're an advisory board. They don't determine what goes on the council agenda, but they give recommendations. When we get it on the council agenda, one of the things we see was it recommended by the planning board. A tool that often we use is to go watch. That's one of the reasons I wanted all meetings put online, so you could go watch them, because I think it's inappropriate for a council member to go to a citizens board because we appoint them, and it's like, it's not the way it's supposed to work. You're not really supposed to be in there like you're looking over their shoulder, but you can watch it online. And a lot of times for me, the value is the detail normally of discussion that they have on whatever is being presented to them. And so, for lack of a better word, it's a running start for a council meeting. Some of these things, they got flushed out, they got discussed, and you get that backdrop. I'll tell you what really just surprised me at the advisory board meeting, or the planning meeting. It was the discussion that did not take place. There wasn't a lot of discussion on density. It talked about other issues in terms of, there was the confusion, I think, with some about making references to, there'll be other large buildings down Tampa Road and really referencing the height requirements. But there wasn't any discussion really about density and the impact of it right here on this space, in this area, and the mixed use requirement that goes with it, which is a tool to ensure that it's getting in the right place. Also, the fact that it's part of the county's activity zone. And somebody made a comment, I don't care what the county does. Well, you're the planning board. You have to care what the county does. We're in the county, and we want to be part of the transportation plan that leads here. This is, bigger. There's, a lot of things working here. But there wasn't any deep discussion about it. And that was disappointing to me, because normally there is. And so it didn't go in that path, and there was no talk, which, in fairness, I don't know that there's an expectation of the planning board to get involved in the impact to the budget when they're talking about something like density, right? I don't know, like, we're responsible for the economics of things up here. Not just where something's going, but, for example, to Katie's point, there is a greater opportunity with a higher density where you can require the developer that you're working with to pay for infrastructure that goes beyond what they would normally do. It goes into a parking garage and these types of things that we would normally, which we had lots of discussion about up here, about doing a bond issuance for. You know, these are the rest of those decisions. But, you know, why change the density and why do it now? To me, those are the two questions that where we're at right now, right? And so here's what I would say. It's not because of the possible proposal. I mean, I think I said sitting right in this chair that if some things in it weren't changed, I wouldn't support it. That if there wasn't some retail along the park to make the park look like it's a city park rather, I wouldn't support it. And, you know, I've said that to the developer. He may not be willing to change it. You know, I don't know. We don't have that final plan back. But part of the reason why to change it is because almost every project that had any legs to it, that included parking, like we've seen some smaller ones that I think are quaint, but they don't have the density to live. I mean, I love Tom Price for jumping out there, but I swear to God, when I drive by his place and there's nobody there, I worry. I worry that we've got one business there and it's in the middle of his operations and there's no one there. And that's a density issue. Forget whatever potential presentation or proposal we might get. We need that density to make that work. And almost every viable plan that's been presented to this city over the years all would have required a density change. Mm-hmm. And so I believe that that means that we have to figure out how to do it in such a way. I think we need the density change, regardless of where we're at with this one proposal, because that's what it's going to take to actually get a working downtown. Katie's points were spot on. Look, we don't have the population that some of the other cities that continually get mentioned. We don't. And you know, even Safety Harbor's like 20% larger than us, and they had an existing downtown. They just had to revitalize it. Not that it was easy, but we have a bare street. We've had to buy the land. We don't have a main street. We've got Tampa Road. Mm-hmm. There is no main street out here. We got a plain street that we've used the taxpayers' monies for years to buy up this property. And, so why change it? That's why. Why do it now? I want us to have the discussions like we had tonight. I don't know about everybody else in this room. It was a good meeting tonight. Maybe a little long, all right? But who cares? It was good conversation, right?
Yeah.
And I want us to have more of that, so that's why we do it now, because you know what? We need to decide as a community if we're going to do it. Forget the developers. We need to decide, are we gonna do this or not? Because that's really where we always get mudded down and it doesn't happen. And so that's why I support us moving this forward. I think it's time that we decide as a community. I'm grateful to all the people who came out tonight, who were so respectful to everybody else, even though they may not have agreed with their opinions. And they worked with us on the times and all that, but that's all I got. So, all right. Any other discussion?
Mayor, I've got just maybe one slight question.
Go right ahead.
It's kind of a clarification. I think it was mentioned as far as kind of the eastern end of TCCR, right? About it including the properties such as Wendy's and the like where Buffalo Wild Wings and stuff. And my understanding, at least the way this map looks, that is not accurate. It ends a little bit to the west of that, right? Kind of like Applebee's, Synovus.
It doesn't include Wendy's.
No.
Okay. So I just wanted to.
I called you
Can we
today.
get staff clarification?
No, I called Felicia today.
So I just wanted to mention, we don't have a street that currently divides the CRA area. I'm trying to find the map.
Clarendon and Burbank.
On this side, this is Bayview. Oh, you can't see it.
Yeah, they're bringing.
There it is.
There you go. Okay. So Clarendon and.
So these are the limits of our CRA. So Clarendon would be a street that would be dividing it between the residential and the commercial. And most of this area is already built up with hotels. So you have multiple hotels in this area all the way to St. Pete. It's all built up. This portion here that was in question today, well, I see still the CSX line over there. And any planner that looks on the plan and sees a CSX line, they're still hoping for some kind of transit. So transit-oriented development and vertically integrated development, they go hand in hand. This is why this area extends all the way down. And it's on Tampa Road corridor. So I understand this was of concern for some of the members. This is also something to mention that the FAR of 2 is currently inconsistent with the CRD future land use. And it's, it's going to be increase in density in here is only going to be for this vertically integrated mixed-use development. So anything else stays the way it is. And it's going to be changed to 1. So FAR 1 is actually going to be less because the current code, there was a slight inconsistency in there. I think I confused you.
So Tatiana, you're saying it doesn't have the potential to impact all the businesses inside the TCCR because they would not qualify for this criteria required by the bonus density.
I think that Councilmember Gannon, you captured it when you asked the question. It comes with 2 conditions. It has to be a vertically integrated building, and it has to have a development agreement.
So regardless of the borders of the TCCR, it doesn't matter if you're in that gray area, you also have to have a development agreement and be a mixed-use vertical integrated building. So whether it goes to Wendy's or not, it doesn't matter. It has to meet all of that criteria.
It's got to be redeveloped.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you
Any
for the
other,
clarification.
any other question, any other discussion?
Last question, Mayor. What would you consider maybe having a workshop for us to discuss this?
Well, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
So I, we have a motion on the floor and that's what we're voting on. So I don't know that that's, appropriate. All right. Any more discussion?
Just one more thing, I am definitely in favor of having town halls, charrettes, public workshops, private workshops, all of the shops, whatever you want to call it. I'm in favor of having it. But my point is, we can't have those discussions if we don't move something forward to a public hearing format.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. All right. Sensing you're ready to vote, roll call.
Councilmember Graber?
Yes.
Councilmember Saraki?
No.
Vice Mayor Knapp?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannon?
Yes.
Mayor Sedell?
Yes.
Authorize, this is just item 1, or item 5?
This is item 5.
Okay, item 5. Motion to authorize city attorney to prepare ordinance amending the comprehensive plan of the city of Oldsmar passes with 4 votes for and 1 against, Saraki dissenting.
Thank you. And the next item on the agenda, item 6, authorize the city attorney to prepare an ordinance amending Part 4, Town Center Redevelopment Code and Apex A, Architectural and Design Pattern Book. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
I will not repeat myself,
Hoping nobody was going to read it again.
unless you want me to. Oh, they're gonna clap again, okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that help. At this time, since you're ready to vote, roll call, please.
Councilmember Graber?
Yes.
Councilmember Saraki?
No.
Vice Mayor Knapp?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannon?
Yes.
Mayor Sedell?
Yes.
Motion to authorize city attorney to prepare ordinance amending Part 4 of the Town Center redevelopment code in Appendix A, architectural and design pattern book, passes with 4 votes for and 1 against. Saraki dissenting.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consent docket. We have no items under there tonight. Next item after that is the City of Oldsmar, presentation of climate resiliency plan, and I'm going to suggest we take a, 10-minute recess.
Thank
Do I have
you,
a
Mayor.
motion?
Motion to recess.
I have a motion,
10
I have a
minutes.
second. Discussion, ready to vote? Aye.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can we get all the council members back up on the dais? Unless they'd like to stay late.
Oh, good, another presentation.
And can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
So I replied to the thing about emails or something, it's like a public records thing, and I just wanted to clarify it, so could I ask them before the meeting?
Really?
I can talk to people.
I mean,
Are we good? Where's Nap? Hey, where's Nap?
That's fine. Okay, so I think I answered it, just that I talked to people.
The vice mayor.
I think he's getting water.
if you don't have, if you didn't receive any emails, then you'd want to forward that. Calories, we all need calories. I should have brought.
All right, I'm going to reconvene this meeting. At this time, we have no consent docket. We're going to the City of Oldsmar. Item number 7, presentation of climate resiliency plan. My note said Nan Bennett, but Ashley Painter is going to be presenting, I think.
Hi, Ashley. Hi. Who's ready
We'll
to
turn it over
not
to you.
talk about downtown?
How appropriate.
So as the mayor said, my name is Ashley Painter. I am the sustainability coordinator for the city. We also have here tonight, back in the back, Mike Flood, who is with WSP, our consultant for the plan. So for the past year, we have been working on a climate resiliency plan. We've gone through multiple stages. As you all know, we can't do anything at the last minute. You have to do all the different steps to get to the end. We went through identifying and modeling our climate hazards here in the city. We'll talk more about what those are, to identifying our assets and which ones would be affected based on these models. Then we went and assessed the exposure of those assets and how it would affect our city services and our community. Then we went out and prioritized those things. We, at this point, throughout this, we actually had an internal staff working group and also went out and did, I believe, 6 total public meetings and workshops to get feedback from the community as well as from our staff who work with these areas every single day. And then in the end, we came up with a list of adaptation actions that we can take as a city to prepare ourselves to make sure that we are the most resilient city we can be. So the list that we went through of different risks, heat and humidity, we're Florida, it's hot, it's humid, we all know this. So what we were seeing with our heat and humidity here in Oldsmar, you notice the numbers don't go up a whole lot, but what we did find a little bit alarming is that while our daytime highs aren't getting a whole lot higher, our nighttime lows are getting higher, which means that we don't cool down like we would at night normally. So we don't have that relief of the nighttime lows getting a little bit lower. So we're just feeling the heat all the time versus just in the daytime or in the peak hours. We also spent most of our time on flood risk. We have a lot of flood risk here in Oldsmar just by the nature of where we are and how low our elevation is. We looked at 3 main things: sea level rise, storm surge, and rainfall flooding, and how they are going to affect us. We're gonna go through a series of maps just to kind of look at. These first 2, the one on your left is today, and the one on your right is for 2100. These are all assuming intermediate level of sea level rise based on NOAA's projections. So we went middle of the road. We didn't want to go super high, and the low ones pretty much are unrealistic at this point anyway. First, we'll go through the sea level rise, and this is what we're calling tidal flooding. This is just with normal everyday tides or king tides. This is not from a storm event or anything else. This is just from tidal flooding. As we come into a 50-day period, you're looking now, we don't have a whole lot of flooding, mostly around Mobley Bayou, but it starts going up a little bit more towards the end of the century. The red one doesn't like to go up. You get a little bit higher in the 22 days a year of flooding, and you're seeing it up into our canals and up a little bit farther north as well. As we move into at least 10 days a year of some sort of flooding, I think we did it about, Mike, correct me if it's wrong, we're looking at least a foot of flooding on these areas. Then we're moving a little bit higher. As we get into, this is at least 1 day a year of flooding. You can see it by 2100, we're going north of Tampa Road. So that's quite a bit, and that's mainly going through our canals. This color does not match up perfectly with the other ones. So we're going in a storm surge right now. And when we're looking at percent chance, the lower the percent of it happening, so a 4% chance would be like a tropical storm or maybe a category 1. A 25%, is that what the next one says? No, 2% chance. That's going to be about a high 1 or a 2. When we go up into a 1% chance, I don't know why our numbers are going crazy, but a 1% chance is going to be a 3. A 0.4% chance is going to be about a 4, and above is going to be a category 5 or higher. Just a fun fact, they are considering adding a category 6 because storms are getting so much stronger than they used to be. They have not, and it's not been decided yet, but it is a possibility in the future that we have higher than level category 5 storms. In addition to our sea level rise and storm surge, we looked at precipitation flooding. So this is not associated with a hurricane or a tropical storm. This is just normal rainfall that we have in the city. What we're looking at here is for the year 2040. A 25-year storm, so a 25-year storm, we're having some little bit of flooding, but what we do notice, and I found interesting, is that most of the flooding is happening north of Tampa Road with just precipitation, with just rainfall. And that's because of our watershed. It's coming down instead of coming from the sea. It's coming outside from like Brooker Creek down that way through our waterways. So even when you say I'm north of Tampa Road, I don't have to worry about it. You still have to worry about it at different, depending on the situation. And most of what you see and the highs down towards Lake Mobley, that's where a lot of our outfalls are. So at that point, it's just because water has nowhere else to go. So that's where it's leaving and going out. So this is just kind of going up. And as we go up, obviously, the larger the storm, the more flooding you're gonna have. All right, so when we went through our process, we first defined our risk. We had a likelihood of it happening between low, moderate, elevated, or advanced. So will it happen? Will we even have the storm? What are the chances? And then we categorized the assets, whether it is a minor, significant, or major asset. This meaning if it's minor, the community has very little impact by the asset. If something were to go out of service, then we're not going to be that affected. Up to a major asset, where if we lost it, then community services or safety would be greatly impaired. And we'll go through what we chose for each category. So when we went through our matrix, basically, we looked at that bottom right-hand corner. If it was enhanced and significant, those were our major things that we're looking for. If it is if it's a minor asset and there's a low likelihood of something happening, there's no point of us really doing a lot with it because it's a lot of work for a little bit of output. Ooh. All right, so here we're listing with our different city assets and how they're going to be affected. You can see pretty much all of our assets that are really going to be affected by flooding of some sort are mostly south of Tampa Road. And the years that they're going to be affected differ by where they are. Obviously, places like Ariolds and Mobley are going to be affected a lot sooner than City Hall or council chambers here. All right. So translating this into actions. We went through 3 different types of strategies. There's a policy level where it's making policies and ordinances and things to change the way that we do things, like setting base flood elevation levels for buildings and things like that. Area-wide, these are things that we would implement, say, in a park, restoring a wetland in Mobley, and that would, it's one specific area, but it helps the wider area by absorbing more water so that our residents wouldn't be flooded because the bayou would be absorbing more of the water. And then facility level, which is just armoring a building to make sure it is flood-proof or protected from winds and other things. So this is a lot of words and it's small and you can't read it. But you can read it. You can read it in your thing. So when we were going through, we did this in 2 different levels. We did it internally with staff, going through picking what our assets are and the strategies and the type of strategies that we wanted. And then we took it to the community as well to ask the same questions of like, what is important to you? Outside of just like, it's gonna be destroyed or it's not gonna be destroyed. No one wants anything, everybody loves RE Olds, but reality, what's more important to you, RE Olds or or the wastewater plant? What's gonna affect us the most? But then we went through like, in addition to those things, like the technical aspects, the political and social aspects, if we suggest, building a seawall around the city, is that even going to be accepted? Probably not. So there's no point in us even, considering it because no one wants that. That's not who we are. And then we also looked at the consequences. We have 2 different types of co-benefits. So if we do this one thing, say we increase the wetlands down by Mobley Beach Park, a co-benefit would be that now we have more wildlife, we have more trees coming in, we have more, tourists coming and looking. We have a lot of other things that are positive by doing that one thing, other than just the benefit or the purpose of helping absorb water. And then we also looked at the cascading impacts. And those are things like if, Councilmember Gannon, I'm going to pick on you for a second. If she decided, hey, I have my yard flooded, I'm going to build a wall here. Well, it may be great for you. Now your yard isn't flooded, but now Councilmember Knapp's yard is being flooded because all that water is being diverted into his. So those are going to be our cascading effects that we're looking at of just because it seems like a good idea, we got to look at all the ramifications down the line. And then from all of that, we developed our recommended strategies for our plan. We're just going to go a few of the specifics. The WRF, which is the wastewater reclamation facility, we did a short-term, a mid-term, and a long-term. Things that we should do today because they're going to affect us soon. Things like elevating electrical things, increasing funding for inflow and infiltration for our pipes so that we don't have so much stormwater getting into our wastewater pipes. Things like that. Our midterm is just making sure that whatever we do bring in, because that site is not amazing for flooding, just by the location, making sure that if we're gonna buy a piece of equipment that lasts 50 years, if we're down the road, say this is not necessarily gonna happen, but say we need to move the wastewater plant in 50 years, or 30 years, then we need to make sure a piece of equipment that will last 50 years can be moved to the new place. So thinking about those long-term effects. And that is something on there as a long-term is eventually we will have to consider moving the wastewater plant. So our coastal parks and natural areas, a lot of this is we do really well in. We have a lot of natural shoreline. We have a lot of things already in place, but there are other things that we can do, like having oyster reefs, having some other impervious parking areas, things like that, that can help The oyster reefs would help decrease the storm surge, the impact of it, also mangroves and things like that. And then just making it more a natural for the heat, making sure we have canopies and trees so that when you're in the parks and it's a really hot day, you have some shade and somewhere to go. And then obviously eventually we're raising our infrastructure, or things like the stage at Ariolds, if we can't raise it or move it, fortifying around it, building it so that that part isn't necessarily flooded, but the water's diverted someplace else, intentional. Same kind of thing with inland parks. They're not going to be quite as inundated with water or flooding, but you do have some of the same types of recommendations for it, making sure they can withstand any water that comes in, and we'll have more salt water coming in. So making sure our landscaping isn't going to get killed off by salt water because they're not meant to be that type of things. Luckily, since we've been talking about the downtown, this area and most of our buildings, we really don't have any effect until the end of the century. And by that point, we just need to start considering anything that's on our first floors, like our electrical rooms, things like that, just start elevating up to a level. Anything that's built now will be at a higher standard than a lot of the buildings that are already here. So anything we build in the future, just making sure it's we're aware of the heights of building restrictions and those sort of things. So we're at this point now. We finished the plan. Now the real work begins. We are into the implementation phase. There are a few things that are going on next. We are already identifying funding sources for some of these adaptation strategies and making plans of how we want to implement them around the city. We're starting with some of the low-hanging fruit, some things that we were already working on, like raising the control building at the wastewater plant, things like that that we were already doing, making sure that we can continue with that work. And then finding funding for other things, for our planning, make sure our parks create a master plan, an environmental plan, so that we can have, as people pointed out, we have a lot of parks. We want to make sure they stay nice. That's one of the things that brings people to Oldsmar. And then we have started looking at, as Tatiana said, looking at the ordinances and the policies and making sure that they fit with the future of our city and making sure that they are good. I'll just throw in, because we did get a grant funding to add additional to our plan to update our community rating system or get suggestions for it and update our comprehensive plan to comply with the peril of flood statute. We did find that our comprehensive plan is in compliance with the peril of flood, so that's good. We just luckily went above and beyond before it was in place, so we are good on that. It just needs to go to the state with justifications, and they did provide a list of every part of our plan and ordinances and that we can use for justification. And we also got a list of probably 20 or 30 different things on various levels of how we can increase our community rating system over the next several years. Some of them are going to take 5 to 10 years to do. Some of them can be done pretty quick and easy. So we're hoping with our next review, which I believe is in 23, we'll at least be able to move. Right now we're at a 6. If we could go to a 5, that would be amazing. So we're getting there.
I also believe as everyone starts to get their new insurance rates.
Yes.
The need for us to be more aggressive as a council, and the CRS classes in particular, that's just going to follow suit with that, and I believe it will also provide for a great deal of community support where it might normally not, because it's real, And I worry about it ultimately having an impact on people's property values in a negative way. I think
Yes.
most people do reasonably, so.
For those that don't know, the new FEMA for maps, so our flood maps go into effect August 24th, which a large portion of the city that was not required to have flood insurance now is. So that will be a lot, a huge impact for a lot of people.
Outstanding job. Any questions?
Ashley, you always do a great job. Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation.
Thanks, Ashley.
Yeah, very good.
Some job.
I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation and honestly, the format of the presentation as well. It made it very easy to understand. And I think that's very helpful to our citizens. Sometimes we get hyper technical, in our presentations, and I think this is very readable. I hope it's already at resilientoldsmar.com on the website, or soon will be.
Yes, so it will soon be, and we are also working to have some of the maps that we did. We have the static maps like you saw here up on the website, but we are working with our GIS technician to do to use like GIS maps on the site, so then you can scroll into your house to see, areas and kind of do a story map as well.
That's a great idea. I think that's another helpful tool we can use to help residents understand, why are my insurance rates going up? Why do I need flood insurance all of a sudden? What happened? Eventually it's going to be, what did the city do? And we are coping with what, FEMA has said and what policies they're implementing, but very graphically understandable. And I know our citizens appreciate that. And it's interesting to hear confirmed what we've suspected for many years about the wastewater treatment plant, that the work has been kicked down the road and needs to be done. And here's our chance to do it right, so it's sustainable. Thank you, Ashley.
Good job. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Nan Bennett, Public Works Director. I want to give WSP the credit too, because I think it's a beautiful document. And
Yep.
they were very instrumental in doing the heavy lifting on this. Staff was involved, we were very active in it, but it was they did a lot of the beautiful stuff.
Well, and I will tell you that part of what I like about it the most, and you'll recall I was a little bit pushing on it when we were talking about the expenditure, and that is there is actionable items. And that's
In
really
the meeting
important.
we had, that we didn't talk about actionable items.
Actionable items.
That word for some reason was ringing in our ears the entirety of the thing.
You did a great job. Great
Thank you,
job. All right,
sir.
thank you. Next item on the agenda, consider,
I appreciate it because I was, kind of a few years out from retirement. I'm looking for a place with a, viable downtown. So
excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 8, consider reappointment of Jim Mason, Pat Pelletier, Dale Renborg to the Planning Board. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion, a second. Any discussion?
We're not requiring folks to come to the meeting right now due to COVID, so I did make it a point to review the attendance record for these 3 members of the planning board, which attendance is very good, so thank you for your service and volunteering.
They're all good. And actually, we've not required them to come back if they've already been appointed and gone through that once.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just the COVID. We kind of changed that a while back, but good point. All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion passes. Item number 9, adopt resolution 2021-15, supporting Safe Streets Pinellas, a Vision Zero effort to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injuries on the Pinellas Transportation Network, and providing for an effective date hereof. I'm going to turn this over to our city manager.
Well, Mayor, I'll read the resolution by title only. Resolution 2021-15, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oldsmar supporting Safe Streets Pinellas, a Vision Zero effort to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injuries on the Pinellas Transportation Network, and providing for an effective date hereof. Mayor, that concludes the reading of Resolution 2021-15.
And for those of you who are not familiar, this is an effort by Ford Pinellas, a program where they're setting zero losses by the year 2045.
Yeah.
And so it's a new program, and they'd love us to participate.
Gladly.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Sent and you're ready to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. City Attorney.
Thanks, Mayor. Item number 10 is a public hearing for the first reading of ordinance 2021-21. I'll read that by title only. I'll read really fast.
Oh, that's right. This is the book. The book.
Okay, ordinance 2021-21, an ordinance of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, amending Chapter 42 Parks and Recreation of the Code of Ordinance to replace the term Parks and Recreation with Leisure Services and replace the word his with the phrase his, her throughout Chapter 42. Add definitions for drone, model aircraft, park roads, and special event. Add type of motor to vehicle definition. Provide authority to city manager or designee for any recreational or park transportation service vehicle. Expand responsibilities of park visitors and deleting certain prohibited activities. Delete responsibility for designated park department employees to report noncompliance of rules, regulations, and permits. Update park hours. Change reference from Canal Park to RE Olds Park to Oldsmar Sports Complex. Provide for posting of hours therein, and provide city manager or designee authority to confirm park hours and or declare the closing of any section or part of a park to the public. Add additional proper uses of facilities. Revised titles of section 42-39 to reflect protection of property, facilities, flora, and fauna. Add prohibition of alcoholic beverages and animals on piers. Specify that lost and found articles be directed to and retained by Leisure Services Department Director. Change title of section 42-43 to merchandising, vending, alms, peddling, contributions, fortune-telling, and petitions, business tax receipts. Application issuance and include common solicitations. Replace the term event permit with temporary use permit and specify the use thereof. Change title of section 42-45 to photography and filmmaking and update section to include filmmaking. Update section on public demonstrations to include reference to any special interest group, for-profit meeting or ceremony, rally, demonstration, or performance, and update restrictions regarding that section. Change title of section 42-69 to bicycles, tricycles, and motorized conveyance, and provide that all vehicles shall give right-of-way to pedestrians or self-propelled vehicles. Update text to include current terms for motorized devices and recognize the American with Disabilities Act. Provide for city manager or designee approval for parking in closed parks. Delete section 42-91 on protection and preservation of wildlife, as its terms are duplicative in another code section, and renumber remaining sections of chapter 42. Update section on animals in city parks to reflect allowable and restricted areas and treatment of animals. Update provisions for possession or discharge of toy firearms, fireworks, and explosives. Add non-discriminatory language and include waterways adjacent to parks in connection with bathing, swimming, and wading prohibited activities. Update section 42-113 to include waterways within or adjacent to parks. Authorize city manager or designee to provide written permission to post for sale signs on boats or vessels while docked or moored. Require a license agreement and make written application to the city manager or designee for any boat operating for hire. Updating section 42-114 to include waterways within or adjacent to parks. Provide that docking or mooring facilities in parks will be limited to non-commercial, privately owned boats unless approved through a license agreement. Provide for the use of fountains, ponds, lakes, streams, bays, or any park waters or waterways within or adjacent to any park or tributary. And prohibit the dumping of any substance or matter in storm sewers or drains flowing into park waters. Updating fishing requirements and include waterways within or adjacent to any park. Change title of section 42-116 to hunting and weapons. Update restrictions for hunting and use of weapons on park property. Provide that the city manager or designee may grant permission for any trained persons to remove dangerous animals and be notified of the animal's disposition, and reference Florida statute for regulation of firearms. Update criteria for use of picnic and cooking areas on park property. Update restrictions for game playing on park property. Prohibit livestock or other farm animals, reptiles, or birds kept as pets on park property, except as authorized by the city in conjunction with a special event or approved park rental. authorize operation of aircraft on park property only in emergency situation and with the permission of the city manager or designee. Clarify language as it relates to camping. Add a new section to provide for prohibited activities in city parks. Add a new section to provide for special events on city property with the approval of the city manager, requiring permits and insurance, naming the city as an additional insured, and prohibiting the sale or consumption of alcoholic beverages at such events. Add a new section to prohibit gambling of any kind on park property unless approved by the city manager. Add a new section to provide for restrictions on trails, provide a definition for travel, and provide for compliance in accordance with applicable laws. Add a provision for the prohibition of littering, authorize the city manager or designee to issue a written permit for use of a loudspeaker, public address system, or amplifier in parks, and provide that radios, musical instruments, and all other audio devices are permitted at a reasonable volume, not to be heard from a location more than 100 feet from the source of the noise. Change title of section 42-144 to intoxicating substances and drunkenness. Provide for prohibition of sale, consumption, or possession of any alcoholic beverage within any park, except by authorization of the city manager in his or her discretion, and prohibiting entry to park property by drunk or intoxicated persons under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or narcotics, and providing for an effective date of this ordinance. That was the first reading of that ordinance by title only.
Congratulations. One breath. That was amazing. All right. City manager, is there any remarks?
No, sir. I think Tom covered it all.
Let me just ask you for the three public hearings that we have tonight. Are there going to be any city manager remarks, any staff presentation? Are there any applicants?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just said yes, I second.
A second, okay. Discussion? Any? I had originally flagged this. There was something in it that I had some concern about, but after talking to the city manager, I no longer have any concern. Okay, sensing you're ready to vote, roll call, please.
Councilmember Graver?
Yes.
Councilmember Shackey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nass?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannon?
Yes.
Mayor Sedell?
Yes.
Reading for ordinance 2021-21, amending Chapter 42 of the Code of Ordinances, passes with 5 votes for and 0 against.
Item 11.
This is a public hearing for the first reading of ordinance 2021-22, amending Chapter 66 of the Code of Ordinances. I'll read that by title only. Ordinance 2021-22, an ordinance of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, amending Chapter 66, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances to clarify advertising vehicle prohibition, provide that the city is authorized to designate loading zones and special permissions shall be directed to city manager or designee, delete reference to designation of no parking areas by mayor or city council, provide that illegally parked vehicles may be moved to a place designated by the city manager or designee, add $25 fine for non-electric vehicles parked in electric vehicle charging spots, and providing for an effective date of this ordinance. That was the first reading of ordinance 2021-22 by title only.
Okay, at this time, the chair will open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who should speak? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote?
But I thought there was an issue with maybe the amount of the fine for electric cars.
Okay, hold on. Vice Mayor?
I was the one, I think, that didn't have consensus related to the fine for electric vehicles, and it was something I discussed with the city manager and assistant city manager, trying to provide additional clarity, because not only can you have a non-electric vehicle parking in a spot designated for charging, you can have an electric one that's parked in there that's not charging, which also disadvantages somebody else needing to charge. So kind of twisting the words to say any vehicle parked in an electric vehicle charging spot not actively charging, because those things pretty much will show you if it's doing its job. So
Okay.
I don't have the proposed wording, but I think that gets the gist if Tom could potentially adjust that.
I could definitely adjust that for the second reading and bring it back, just with a notation that that section will be changed to reflect that.
All right.
Acceptable?
That's a good suggestion. I've heard
Okay.
that sometimes those chargers can be in high demand, and depending on the charger, it takes a significant period of time to charge. And
Okay.
if you're holding up the line,
Very good. Any other comments?
I'm good with it.
All right, Setting you ready to vote, roll call?
Councilmember Graver?
Yes.
Councilmember Starkey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Knapp?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannon?
Yes.
Mayor Seidel?
Yes.
First reading of ordinance 2021-22, amending Chapter 66 of the Code of Ordinances, passes as amended to reflect any vehicle in the parking spot with 5 votes for and 0 against.
Thank you. Item number 12.
This is a public hearing for the first reading of ordinance 2021-23 regarding bicycles. I'll read that ordinance by title only. An ordinance of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, adding Article 5, operation of bicycles or motorized bicycles to Chapter 66, traffic and vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Oldsmar to provide for applicability of traffic laws as it relates to bicycles or motorized bicycles, including operation on roadways, reckless or uncontrolled operation, compliance with traffic signal control devices, emerging from alley or driveway parking, parking, seizure, notification to owner, sale of seized bicycles or motorized bicycles, rights of owner prior to sale, and proceeds from sale of seized vehicles or motorized bicycles, seized bicycles or motorized bicycles, and providing for an effective date of this ordinance. That was a reading of ordinance 2021-23 by title only.
Thank you. The chair will open the public hearing at this time. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Nope, I'll go ahead and close it. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I got a second?
Second.
A motion and a second, discussion?
I hope we don't have to use it. I haven't heard many complaints recently from the local moms groups. It's been quiet, perhaps because school is going back and, starting back up again. Hopefully we won't have these issues, but I think it gives our deputies some
tools.
discretion.
Yeah, and I also think, frankly, I think the word's traveled a little bit.
I was just about to say, it might, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope that's the case. Any other discussion? Senting you ready to vote? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Graver?
Yes.
Councilmember Starkey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Knapp?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannon?
Yes.
Mayor Seidel?
Yes.
First reading of ordinance 2021-23, adding Article 5, operation of bicycles and motorized bicycles to Chapter 66, passes with 5 votes for and 0 against.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13 is request council approval to authorize the city manager to execute a one-year extension with Ardura Incorporated for 2018-007 RFQ process known as the General Engineering Services for Utilities. 2018, King Engineering Associates was awarded a general engineering services agreement from the aforementioned RFQ with the City of Oldsmar. In 2019, Amendment Number 1 was issued to the agreement to reflect the fact consultant's corporate name had changed to Ardura Group. All of the terms and conditions of the professional services agreement remain in full force. The purpose of the agreement is to provide professional engineering services for utility projects on an as-needed basis. Work assignments awarded under this contract are issued using project-specific work orders that define the scope, schedule, and budget of each project. The term of the initial agreement was for a period of 3 years, with the right to renew or extend the agreement for 2 additional one-year periods under the same terms and conditions upon written request from the consultant. Attached is the letter requesting city authorization of the first one-year extension. Professional engineering services are to be provided under these contracts and are budgeted throughout specific capital improvement program budgets or in various divisional engineering services budgets, and staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion and I have a second. Any discussion? Setting you ready to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Item 14.
Item 14 is request council approval to waive bid requirements and approve the purchase of a remote slope mower from Jetvac Equipment Company under the same pricing terms and conditions of the Florida Sheriff's Association contract number FSA 20-EQU 18.0 on CC Form 21-020. In April of 2020, the City Council approved the purchase of a remote-controlled slope mower from Alamo Industrial to safely maintain grass areas on inclines such as those at the BMX facility and also in difficult-to-maintain areas through the park system and along drainage ditches. Due to technical problems with the computer operating system, the manufacturer recalled the mower and it was never delivered. Staff remained in communication with the local vendor over the course of the year as the problem was investigated and attempted to be remediated. However, once the mower was received by the vendor in May of 2021 and tested before delivery, the vendor determined that the operation of the mower did not meet their standards and they would not pass it on to the customer in that condition. At that point, the staff informed the vendor that the purchase order would be canceled and contracted another vendor with a similar product. The new vendor, JetVac, is the exclusive dealer for Embankscape Equipment LLC, doing business as RC Mowers in Florida, and offers a comparable product under the same contract agreement. Staff has researched the new mower and have confirmed that it will provide the same functionality required to perform the tasks as the previously selected mower. As you remember, this was actually a recommendation from the innovation team. The total for this purchase is $47,000, and funding is available in the fiscal year 2021 General Fund Oldsmar Sports Complex budget, and staff recommends approval.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Can I drive it?
Sensing you're ready to vote. All is-
Better for our staff and
No, it's good.
citizens.
It's a good investment, and, you know, we've planned for it. So,
Yes.
you know.
Safer, easier for our staff to do their jobs.
Yep.
All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Item 15.
Item 15 is request council to approve the special event application fee waiver request for the Rotary Club of Oldsmar East Lakes Armadillo Run to be held this year on August 28th, 2021. In August of 2021, the Rotary Club of Oldsmar and East Lake will host its 39th annual Armadillo Run in Oldsmar. Over the years, the club has been recognized as a valued civic organization supporting the local community. Their activities include events at local schools, providing food and gifts to the needy and homeless, supporting local emergency management agencies, providing disaster relief, and supporting local youth programs. Profit from this race will be utilized by the club to provide services and activities such as Student of the Month at local schools, the Thanksgiving and Christmas Adopt a Family program, youth mentoring, educational scholarships, wheelchairs for wounded warriors, and other humanitarian programs. By waiving the fees, the city will forego $3,534 in special event revenue, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Love the Armadillo Run.
Yeah.
Gonna run it?
Are you gonna run it?
No.
Andrew, you, Vice
I'm
Mayor?
gonna try. I'm gonna try, but I'll explain why in comments.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Item 16, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 16 is a request for council approval of our contract with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office for fiscal year 21-22 in the amount of $1,879,692 for fiscal 21-22 law enforcement services. Each year, the council approves an annual contract with the Sheriff of Pinellas County to provide the city with police protection, community policing services, and school crossing guards. This contract represents an increase of 3.13% over the prior year due to the cost of law enforcement services. The level of service remains the same for the next fiscal year. Appropriations for this contract will be included in the 21-22 proposed annual budget in the general fund, and staff recommends approval.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. A motion and a second. Any discussion?
We need it.
Oh, the leadership Pinellas has given me a totally new appreciation for the services provided by the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department.
You know,
It's
the
a
assets
bargain.
the assets alone
Oh
that
my
we have
God.
access to are just amazing.
Yeah.
People don't realize that. All right,
And they do such a good job for
they
us.
do a good job.
Such a good job.
Almost everybody does a good job. Sometimes a little sketchy.
Left early.
A little sketchy back there, I don't know. All right. Well, I didn't say that, never mind. Vice Mayor, quiet. All right, Setching, you're ready to vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 17.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 17 is award the franchise agreement for 2021-004-RFP, our solid waste collection services to Russo and Sons LLC, doing business as Orion Waste Solutions. City previously advertised 2021-004 RFP for solid waste collection services as the current contract for solid waste collection services with Republic Services of Florida expires on September 30th, 2021. City staff evaluated the proposals received and ranked Orion Waste Solutions as the top proposal. City Council authorized the city manager to negotiate a franchise agreement with Orion Waste Solutions on July 20th, 2021. The franchise agreement will be for an initial 5-year period beginning on October 1st, 2021, and includes comprehensive solid waste collection for residential, commercial, and municipal customers. The agreement also provides for 2 optional 5-year renewals Franchise agreement includes all provisions for collecting garbage, bulk, and yard waste, recycling, special event collections, and emergency collections, with no change in the level of service for the city's customer. Annual appropriations for the solid waste collection services agreement has been included in the fiscal year 21-22 proposed annual budget in the solid waste fund. Staff recommends approval, and Mr. Henderson is here, who has very patiently waited since 7 o'clock to have this. So if anybody has any questions, I'm sure he'd be glad to address them, but staff recommends
Yeah,
approval.
if I would have thought about it after we got the big show over, I would have suspended the rules and asked that we move them up, but we'd like you getting comfortable in the neighborhood,
Yeah,
I guess, you know.
yeah, for sure.
It'd be a good sport. All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second.
Second.
Discussion? Any comments?
I did, I'm sorry.
Who made the motion? I think Katie
I did.
Go ahead.
I just had two comments. I wasn't here at the meeting where the city manager was authorized to negotiate the franchise agreement, and I just wanted to make 2 points. First, to be grateful for the proposal from Orion, which does not result in a $10 increase to our city residents for their recycling and trash pickup services, with no change in the current service. This is a huge deal, and I didn't get to express that, obviously, because I was not here. I also wanted to find out if there's a plan to sort of roll out this change to our citizens so that they understand there might be some logistical changes, such as the pickup, the actual cans may need to be exchanged. Maybe something that we could put out there so people aren't surprised all of a sudden in October. I want people to know that this is coming, but the benefit is that they don't have a huge increase despite maybe a couple of hiccups due to logistical issues. This is a big deal that we were able to keep our rates the same amidst so many other cities who could not.
Yeah. City manager, want to comment to that?
Yes, to all your questions, that'll be addressed from this point. We will broadcast it to make sure the citizens know. Residential services should see very little change at all, because as you know, we own the carts. The commercial would be a little different because those front-end loaders and the bigger containers have to be replaced. That'll be a little bit more labor-intensive, but once we get this point, we'll get with Mr. Henderson and get that process started. And we will announce through the utility bills and through the website and everything else so that everybody's well aware of what's coming.
Very good.
So much.
Vice
Appreciate
Mayor, any comments?
No comments.
Any comments?
Yes, I
Councilmember
just want to say
Saraki?
one thing. I want to thank, first I want to thank Republic Services for 20-plus years here in Oldsmar. They did a great job. Their customer support has been excellent. If there's been a problem, they've taken care of it. I want to thank Republic Services. And Mr. Henderson, I look forward to your ability to take care of our city, and I look forward to working with you if there comes any issues, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you so much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Any comments?
Nothing. The rollout was one of the questions that I had, and I did see you at 5 after 7 today, and I went like this, and I'm like, oh. So I just knew it was going to be a long one. So thank you for sticking it out. That's all I have.
Thank you. The only comment that I had is that we did get a communication from one of our citizens who went and did their own research after our last meeting and expressed some concern that there had been some community rating feedback from citizens, sometimes service being substandard. So I'm mentioning it to you now. Know that there's a little bit of that, very little bit, but you know, things as you can see get shared quite a bit. I know that our staff did their due diligence, so I don't have any competence issues, but I wanted to make a point and mention it because we all did get a notification of it. All right. All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. City Clerk.
Thank you.
Item 18, adopt resolution 2021-14, establishing a qualifying period for the March 8, 2022 municipal election and setting the date for adopting a final ballot language. Article 6 of the city charter states the qualification period dates will be set based on the dates council adopts the final ballot language. The language is due to the supervisor of elections December 31st, and council traditionally cancels its second meeting in December. The city clerk recommends final ballot language adoption be set for December 7th, and for the qualifying period for the March 8, 2022 municipal election to begin October 19th, 2021, and end November 19th, 2021. I'll read the resolution 2021-14 by title only. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Oldsmar establishing the candidate qualifying period for March 8, 2022 municipal election and the date when the City Council will adopt the final ballot language resolution and providing for an effective date hereof. That's Resolution 2021-14 by title only.
All right, great. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. Motion and second, any discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? City Clerk, anything else?
Oh, gosh, no.
Oh, hush, no. Boy, Mr. Henderson, don't feel like you have to stay. You have stuck it out.
Toughed it out.
Nobody will judge you at all, I promise.
We're
you.
in the home stretch here.
All right, City Council, item 19, discussion on current CDC guidelines. The new agenda item added by our city manager. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Yeah, Mayor, I added this because of the change in the update to the CDC recommendations last week. And I was leaning towards making it mandatory for employees to have masks while in city buildings, which is still my inclination, but we didn't want to overreact. And the BOCC met today, and I'm not sure they addressed it because sometimes those meetings take all day, and I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw all the budget part, but I don't think they did it. I think we know that the governor's office has not reacted into anything more stringent than where we already were. So I really just wanted to throw it to council, because if I suggested that all employees were going to wear masks in city buildings last Friday, as I was thinking of doing, that would have applied tonight. And I didn't want to try and speak for the council on that issue. So we're open to do however you want to, but depending on what you say, it is my intention to require city employees starting tomorrow, or we'll announce it tomorrow. We already encourage it. We don't require it, which is essentially, with a few sneaky parts to the CDC regulations, if you can't social distance is a qualifier, and indoor, if you're, the vaccination, believe it or not, has nothing to do with it either way. So I was thinking, we do have some employees that already wear them, but I was thinking it would be a good idea for what it would show to the public, but we cannot dictate to the public. So I just thought it would be best to throw it to you guys and see what you wanted to do, but it is my intention, depending on council's desire, to require employees to start wearing them inside city buildings. We'll announce tomorrow.
I don't know that it requires a vote. My only comment would be that I think it's appropriately left to you as city manager to make that decision. You know, staff and certainly that falls within your purview. Does anyone have any issue with that?
Nope.
No issue with that.
Very good. All right.
Thank you for the update.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Item number 20, consider employment agreement with Alan S. Braithwaite.
Yep.
Just,
Yeah.
what?
Who is that? Who's Ellen S.
Yeah.
Braithwaite?
Yeah, skip it. I'm kidding. Oh my, it's late.
Just getting the motor running, are you kidding? To serve as special projects manager. As you all know, based on the decision of this council and of course, Mr. Braithwaite's decision to retire, which that's gonna be interesting. I want to know how that's going when that comes, you know? But in any event, that we certainly have a history in the past of providing for a overlap with the existing city manager to the new city manager to ensure a smooth transition. And this is the path that we take, and I understand from a legal counsel that the agreement is acceptable.
Yes, I'm the one that drafted it after speaking with Al and reviewing the deadlines and the dates and so forth in relation to Felicia becoming the new city manager. I created this document. I think it covers all the issues. It basically provides Al with the same benefits that he has now. He'll continue to receive them as a special projects manager. And obviously, he's going to report directly to the city manager once she takes that
He's
position.
already bossing me around.
That's nothing new.
So I'm happy to answer your questions about this, but it basically keeps Al in the same benefit package that he currently has.
During the overlap. All right, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Discussion.
Just a-
Councilmember Gannon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief statement. I was not able at the last meeting because it came up at the last meeting, of course, when Felicia was appointed by the remaining of the council while I was in on vacation, I did not have the opportunity to thank Al for his many, many years of dedicated and more than competent service to this community and to the county. I cannot express my level of appreciation for that man right there. You know, he's in my high school yearbook, right?
Is it really?
He is in my high school yearbook. He was the JV basketball coach at my high school.
Did
Now,
you
I'm not
play
trying
for
to.
him?
No, I did not play basketball. He was for boys. But what I'm saying is, this is a man that's more than just our city manager, and he's such a fantastic person. I am very sad to see him go. I understand his reasons, and I understand that you know, he's more than deserving of a fantastic retirement of his choosing, golf or otherwise. And I certainly hope they bring back Diet Barks root beer for the man. That's all he wants. But thank you for the opportunity to work with you, Al. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other comments? I know we'll, you know, he's still going to be city manager for a little while. I recognize you weren't here, but,
Yes.
you know, quite a while. So we got time.
8 more meetings, but I'm not counting.
8 Oh, nice. Nice. Well played. Well played. All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Item number 21, consider, did you want me to skip this one too?
No.
Okay. Consider the employment agreement with Felicia Donnelly to serve as city manager. And as you all know, that the city attorney was in negotiations with me in assistance, and we came to an agreement. And that agreement is before you. Tom, I don't know if you have anything you wish to add?
Well, I wanted to tell you that the starting point was using Al's current employment agreement that was drafted a number of years ago. So we used that as a starting point and provided it to Felicia. She had given me some comments on it. We talked about those changes that she had specifically requested, which frankly weren't all that much, and I just want to bring it to your attention. And we'll come back to the salary aspect of it, but automobile, that's really the one that sticks out. The prior agreement provided that the city would basically provide a city car at the city's expense. This particular agreement provides that Felicia would receive a $500 a month allowance. So that's a little bit different. Otherwise, all the other benefits are exactly the same. As for the salary, the mayor and I did talk about a salary survey that was, that I had possession of relative to city managers in the area and across the state. We looked at that seriously. We looked at Felicia's, obvious capabilities and what she's coming into, and we thought it would be appropriate to make the offer at $163,000 annually, in addition to the other benefits. And Felicia thought about that and got back to us, and the answer was yes. And so that's what this agreement provides right now, an annual base salary of $163,000.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion.
Sorry, again, I wasn't here, but
I know.
I know I keep reiterating that, but I was hoping, Mayor, actually, I was hoping that you could reiterate the 3 options that we had for choosing the next city manager, because there's been some discussion that I've seen, unfortunately, stating that we have not made the best choice. So I'd like you to reiterate those choices, and I wanted to hear Al's opinion of his successor.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to reiterate it again. We've talked about them enough, and I think that this council made an excellent decision, and I would welcome our city manager's comments. So,
thank you.
I think the simplest way to say it is the confidence that I have in Felicia is the reason I'm deciding to step aside.
Wow.
That says it all.
I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think it was in great hands, and she's already bossing me around, so it works perfectly.
Thank you, sir.
That says it all right there, I think. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Felicia.
All right, item 22, council comments. I'm going to start with Councilmember Graber.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, Leisure Services Advisory Board, Monday, August 9th at 6 p.m. Planning Board meets Wednesday, August 11th at 6:30. And we have a work session Monday, August 16th at 4 p.m. School starts next week. Watch out for the kiddos. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Excellent. Councilmember Sraki.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank all the residents for coming out today. Like Eric, the mayor said, great meeting, fantastic meeting. Looking forward to next week's FLC conference. Katie, you going? Good. I just want to make sure. Looking forward to that. We should probably get together maybe one night for dinner, but I'm looking forward to the conference. And the last thing I want to say, this is my longest meeting on council. That's all I have, Mayor.
Oh, I see how you're
1 o'clock.
working. All right. Yeah. You served with Beavis, did you?
Yeah, but we never went to 11
Yeah, we
o'clock.
did.
We
Yeah,
went
I'm
to-
certain of
we went
that.
to 10:45.
Councilmember Gannon.
I've certainly said enough. I want to thank everyone who called me this week and the week before that and the week before that to talk about the downtown and ask questions. I want to thank everybody who sent me an email or sat down for coffee with me. I want to thank all the residents that came out tonight. No matter what their position was, I thank them for their courage to come here, for them to stand up and speak. I am so happy to see lots of interaction. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about everybody's engagement, and I'm grateful for their presence here tonight. I really appreciate it. My only other thing, other than, of course, Florida League of Cities, and yes, Steve, thank you for announcing the upcoming meetings. You are looking at the newest member of the Leadership Pinellas Board of Directors.
Oh, congratulations.
So,
Congratulations.
yeah, it's pretty cool. At the end of our program days, our class elected me as the newest member of the Board of Directors as part of the outgoing class of
Wow,
2021. They set us up, so off I go.
That's great.
Very good. Congratulations.
And in
Here's
addition
some
to that,
final
oh, well,
applause.
thank you. In addition to that, I have nominated Vice Mayor Andrew Knapp to take my place as part of the incoming class of 2022. So I hope that works out. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Good decision. Vice Mayor.
Well, I would like to just say that, again, for the people that came out, I really look forward to having more meetings like this. Maybe not as long, but the type of input that came out
Yes.
tonight and the respect and decorum that everybody shared, I think was really what puts us above and beyond other cities out there. Because I know that guy over there, how we hear it from him, it may not be as fun dealing with other meetings in other places. So I'll leave it at that. As I referenced earlier about the Armadillo Run, the reason why that's a little up in the air is because that is the kickoff weekend for Leadership Pinellas for retreat. So depending on schedule, I may be in and out, but luckily I think it's in Safety Harbor, so it's probably manageable. And then finally, happy early birthday to my younger brother Alex and his wife Rima. They were born 2 days and a year apart, so they're coming up in 3 days. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Very good. I just have a couple of things. One, of course, the Florida League of Cities Conference, which means we're going to not be here for the second Friday. That's up and coming. We'll have to miss
such
that.
a
But don't
bummer.
forget, come out.
Yeah.
Right out here and enjoy it. The Chamber did a really nice job with it last time, so it'll be here. I think it's the 13th, isn't it, if I'm not mistaken? So come on out. I do want to remind everybody, this has always kind of been a pet peeve of mine, but when you go to the Florida League of Conference, if you go to dinner with someone, do not forget the gift rule, right? Because, if they're nice enough to take you and a friend or your spouse out to dinner, that rule still applies to the gift. What is it, $100? $100. So if you do that, and, they're gracious to take you somewhere fancy or whatever, you have to report that. And not everybody remembers to do that. It's the reason whenever I'm taken out, I always pay, because I know I will never remember to do the paperwork.
There you go.
And I do it every time. So I want to mention that because for the most part, everybody who's going is new. I mean, you probably do that, don't you?
Yeah, but I don't think I can eat $100 worth of food. I wish I could.
Very good. And last thing I have, I just want to go on, is I just, like everybody else, I echo their sentiments. I appreciate the way the community came out. I appreciate the indulgence of the council of continuing to extend. I know it's not the norm. We have a rule for a reason, but I do think everybody would agree that it was a really good use of our time.
Very
And,
important.
Absolutely.
And I certainly, I think the citizens appreciate that. And so we look to get more information out. and keep that moving forward. All right, next item on the agenda, approve the tentative agenda. Is there anybody who wishes to pull anything from the tentative agenda? Sensing there's not, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the tentative agenda as presented.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Doesn't require a vote. We're adjourned.